just on the, like literally the north side of town, downtown, northward either side of 27. This is Hollywood right here, and then this is Helium Road and Soncy, and then areas to the west, almost to Bushland, but Bushland is not included, in a new tornado warning, and that's until 12 midnight. So that's about 22 minutes left on that one right there. The
Kevin,
spin, yes ma'am.
We do have reports of sirens going off in Amarillo, Randall County as well.
Okay, let's put the reflectivity back on. We'll go to the velocity in a minute, but since we're back at this new tornado warning and people's apps are going off and people are waking up and hopefully turning on the television, want to get you first off to know again, tornado warning for Randall County. Yes, ma'am?
It says you have no sound.
I'm going to check my mic once again.
Is your battery dead?
No, it's on.
Okay, we've got
Weather
no
one
sound.
is on. Is it muted?
No, we've got no sound. I've got things up on here. Here, just trade me.
Okay.
I'll swap you. You need to be the one talking more.
I'll just put it on.
Yeah.
Put it in my pocket. Okay, we're sorry for the technical problem there. I'm going to get my microphone going here. So again, what we're talking about is a tornado warning for Randall County for another 21 minutes. Here's the reflectivity product. Since we didn't have the mic, Shelby, let's take the radar off for a second. We'll discuss this and then talk about things people need to be doing. The tornado warning, and the rotation is probably right about here from the 60 split, goes from just to the north side of Canyon downtown. This is 27 right here. That's the highway. So either side of the highway, this is Hollywood, the Loop, and then Helium Road and Soncy right there, and then westward to just south of Bushland. Yes, ma'am. To the west, I thought I saw that, yeah. Okay. Let's stay on Canyon for a minute and put the reflectivity back on, and then we're going to do the velocity as well. As we're getting back up to speed on this tornado warning right now for Randall County. So let's talk about what we're going to do as people are jumping on television. You want to get in a storm shelter if you have one, either side of 27, and that's a couple miles either side of 27. Storm shelter if you have one. If not, you want to be on the first floor, the lowest floor of the building that you are in a small room toward the center of the house. That's a bathroom or a closet or a hallway with no windows in it toward the center of the house. A small room will give you more structural integrity. That's going to keep the roof above you up, and then staying away from the outside walls. If anything starts to blow around, it's going to keep things from going, well, the outside walls will slow things down as opposed to getting further into the house and maybe getting some damage or going through the windows. Get something to cover up your head. Helmets are great. Pillows from the bed are great. Couch cushions are great. And then put on some sturdy shoes. If you have some damage in your area, we don't want you to be in your bare feet walking over splintered boards or nails or broken glass or anything like that. If we can add back on the velocity product, Shelby, and we'll see if we can get an idea of exactly where this thing is. The motion on it was north, so it's moving away from Canyon. There it is right there. So that's right near the split right now. Go ahead and loop that for me a couple of times. Yeah, and maybe up on the top, if you change it, just maybe the last 15 or 30 minutes. It's kind of, oh, that's what prompted the warning right there. Okay, that's perfect. Zoom right in on just the north side of Canyon near the football stadium, if you would. I'll show you what prompted the warning. Let's pause it and go back a couple of frames to where we see the green. Okay, right there. Now note the timestamp. It is now 11:41. This was at 11:34, right there where the Weather Service issued the warning. So again, to get your bearings, that's the split. That's Canyon right there. This is the football stadium right here where 60 and 27 meet. So it's west of that location several minutes ago. It was very clearly a very, very strong rotation. My guess is, and we'll look at the rest of it in a minute, but this briefly spun up, maybe touched down, and then probably lifted. But let's go ahead, Shelby, and go forward to the end of the loop, and you can see what we're looking at here. See, it dissipated very, very quickly. So it spun up just on the northwest side of town, and that's probably, let's say that's going to be Soncy, south of Country Club Road, and then weakened very quickly. So Country Club's going to be right here. Soncy goes down just on the west side of 60 right there. So that was where the rotation started. That would be near the golf course, I guess, and then Hunsley Road, those areas. I do think that it has weakened a good bit, but in those areas, I would love for you to stay in your safe place for a couple of more minutes. We're going to keep you posted and keep updating this, but if you loop it one more time, Shelby, and then we're going to look further to the north, you can see that spin up right there, and then it weakened very, very quickly. My next area of concern is right at the split, Shelby, the brighter white there, right where 60 meets 27. And let's pause it there for a minute. Even going a little bit closer.
That warning has been extended until midnight.
The newer...
Northwestern Randall County.
Okay, okay, until midnight. So right now, this is not rotating right now, but it is showing signs that it might want to. That's right at the highway split. That's going to be the Spring Canyon area, the elementary school there, and then just to the west side of the highway. So that's 27. Sonsi is going to be right here. Not rotating, but we're going to keep a very, very close eye on that. Let's take off the velocity, go to the other tornado warning that was issued, again, for parts of Deaf Smith County. That one still appears to be, I'm guessing, and we'll look at it in just a second, out in the open, as opposed to right on Hereford. But we're going to look at that and get a closer look. Tornado warning until Deaf Smith County until midnight. Let's pop off the reflectivity there and see where that one. Well, okay, so Hereford is included in this one. I didn't mean to ignore you there, but Hereford, you are now under a tornado warning. We're going to look for the rotation in just a second, but that's 385 going north out of Hereford and then south out of Hereford. Hereford proper, you are included. My guess is the rotation is right there and is going to move northward. But Hereford, let's go ahead and go to your safe place, call your neighbors, tell them you're under a tornado warning, and now let's go ahead and put the velocity product back on. So we're dealing with 2 tornado warnings, one Deaf Smith County. Also, we've got one for Randall County, just north of Hereford. Okay, let's run that animation a little bit. Okay, there was a brief spin there. That was the old one. Here's the new one right here. Drill down right on that as close as you can go, Shelby, and let's do a measurement and talk about how close that is to town. This one does not look nearly as strong as far as speed and tightness of rotation as the Randall County storm, but now we're talking about 3 miles west of downtown, north of 60, just west of 385, just west of Hereford, only a couple of miles. You can take that off with escape and then run the animation again. There's our rotation right there over 1058. We've seen that time and time again tonight. This one is now right over the highway, and in the next few minutes it will move north of the highway. So anything that is north of Hereford, west of 385, you're going to be near that rotation. It does, again, look like a really fast one, so it may have already weakened. Got some information from the chat.
We are hearing, just from reports of fellow coworkers, that the sirens have stopped in South Amarillo. Kyle is in South Amarillo. He said the sirens have stopped.
Okay, so no immediate threat to the southern portion of Amarillo, and we'll go back and check on that particular storm in just a second. Again, 2 tornado warnings.
The National Weather Service is shaving that Canyon tornado warning. They are removing Canyon proper.
Okay, good news there. So let's go back and look at that storm for a minute. We'll stay on the velocity product, and we'll go back and look at that one near Canyon. This is obviously Hereford, but I do think that much weaker rotation is just to the west of town. Yeah, very clearly, the Weather Service was right on it and very quick to act because there was a significant rotation there right on the north side, or just north of Canyon, right there at that point. Again, that's 60, so that's the country club area, the Spring Canyon area. Sonsi would come down right here, but it has clearly weakened, which is super, super good news. Expand the view a little bit, and let's talk about the actual warning. Take off the velocity product, and we'll see what the polygon has done. They're saying in the chat that they have trimmed that a little bit, and we'll see that polygon in just a second. This is the reflectivity product. It's obviously happening very, very quickly. So great news for Canyon. What Shelby was mentioning here, that polygon to right down to downtown Canyon. They've shaved it north of 60. This is the football stadium right here. Officially, you're still in the polygon, but we do think that rotation has probably weakened a good bit and maybe lifted. But Spring Canyon area, Sonsi, or VFW, you may look at it that way, either side of Spring Canyon, go ahead and stay in your safe place for just a couple of more minutes, and we'll try and clear you as soon as we can. Downtown Canyon, you are in the clear. Still some thunderstorm activity is possible, but with regard to the possible tornado and the rotation, you're done. You're safe in Canyon. I say done for the moment. We're going to leave thunderstorms in the forecast for the overnight period. So the rest of the polygon, which goes north on 27 and right to the bend there, and Hollywood and Helium Road, and then westward. Those areas are still included. So there's some populated areas, some neighborhoods areas there. So go ahead and stay in your safe place. Leave the television up just enough that you can still hear us, and we'll try and clear you when we think that this warning has ended or the rotation has really, really diminished, but not so loud that you can't hear. You want to be able to hear that approaching weather and go ahead and go to that safe place or stay in it if you need to. The darker red box, yes ma'am.
Sorry, we do have a new flash flood warning issuance, northeast Def Smith and northwest Randall, just in the same area as those warnings for some of that heavy rain.
Thank you very much for that. That's exactly what I was just about to mention. Let's pan west a little bit. This darker red maroon area that goes through Randall County into the northern half of Def Smith County, what Shelby was just mentioning is that's a new flash flood warning. We've been talking all afternoon and night about the heavy rain potential. So flash flooding means the water will rise extremely, extremely quickly and very easily cover roads, small creeks and streams. Anywhere that you know that usually floods in the northwestern portion of Randall County, the northern half of Def Smith County, that water is definitely going to rise. Now, right now, the advisories don't go to Interstate 40, but let's go ahead and put the reflectivity back on if we can. That heavy rain is sort of developing northward. So Bushland, your rain's going to pick up in intensity. This is the band that's prompted the warning right now, the flood warning. So Bushland to Wildorado, then westward toward Vega, right along 40. That heavy rain's going to pick up. Let's talk about Amarillo. Heavy rain picking up here. We don't see any rotation there yet, and we'll double check it in a minute. But the heavy rain has now come north of 335 Hollywood Road. This is 27 going into downtown. So either side of downtown on 40, if you're north of 40, that heavy rain and the possibility of some dime nickel-sized hailstones and some strong gusty winds is coming on you here in the next 5 minutes or so. That heavy, heavy rain band going to continue. And it goes obviously east of town as well. This is the airport right here where the radar is. So heavy rain going to go over the radar right there. And then the highways heading out of town. That's 60 and 136, 287, either side of those highways. That heavy rain is going to pick up as well. Yes, ma'am.
Just be sure, they were saying we wanted to, for those that aren't on TV, on cable, if they need to download that First Alert Weather app, we've got everything there. We're also, got the
Okay.
stuff, Facebook.
Getting a reminder of our streams, Facebook, the website. If you don't have the app, you can download that right now because this strong weather threat's going to continue, and those will give you a chance to see not only radar, but get the warnings and the advisories as well. So heavy rain going to start to pick up here within minutes north of Interstate 40. Let's go back to the Def Smith County storm and look at that first on reflectivity and then velocity, and we'll check on the warning status there. That tornado warning did include Hereford, but the threat part of that storm has moved north of Hereford. Heavy, heavy rain, again some hail on Highway 385, and then areas to the west is going to continue. Runoff problems. Obviously, nobody should be driving around at this time, but let's switch to velocity and see what we can see as far as the rotation on that particular storm, and then we'll look at the polygon in just a minute. We get. I'm sorry?
I'm slowing it down again.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, yeah, that one was not as well defined, but I think there's that rotation right there. But that has clearly weakened a good bit. There's not enough speed there. There could be some spin, even though the warning is still in effect. In Hereford, if you want to come out of the safe place that you may have gone to, I think that's probably okay. Listen outside, but I think any rotation has gotten away from you such that you can come out of the safe place but be ready to go back if you do feel threatened. I don't see a reissuance of that warning though. Let's check on the polygon and take that off and see if Hereford is still included. I think that it probably is, but might be shaved here sooner rather than later. Yeah, so it goes either side of 385, so north of Hereford. Any farms there, anything like that, you want to go ahead and stay in your safe place. And people are kind of waking up, maybe a little groggy. Let's review tornado safety procedures very quickly once again. Obviously, storm shelter if you have one. If not, you want to be on the first floor, the lowest floor of the building that you're in. Wind speeds increase as you go up in height. So first floor, small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, a hallway, a closet, something with no windows in it and more structural integrity in that small area. Grab something to cover up your head. Football helmets are great, bicycle helmets are great, bed pillows from the bed, pillows, couch cushions, anything like that to cover up your head. That's one of the largest problems we have with regard to injuries, is head injuries there. And then something put on your feet, sturdy shoes, not the flip-flops, not bare feet in case there's some damage. And we'll just kind of walk you on through this. Flooding is a possible problem as well in that same area. Yes, ma'am.
Issuance of a new severe thunderstorm warning for Potter, Randall, Armstrong, Oldham, Carson, and Jeff Smith, so a very large one. They are doing it for the whole line that is moving across Amarillo.
Right.
And keeping an eye on some spinning, but no tornado warnings.
Good, okay. Okay, we'll address that in a minute. Shelby's talking about a new severe thunderstorm warning, a very large one covering a very large portion of the area. Let's go back to our Randall County tornado warning. Zoom down, look at velocity first, please. Has that been trimmed a little further? No, not yet. Okay, let's see. Here's the velocity product. We can run that in motion. Canyon, you are in the clear from the rotation. The intersection of, well, we're 60 splits off just on the north side of town. You are in the clear. Right near the intersection and the football stadium. Let's stay in your safe place for just a couple more minutes. That potential rotation has significantly weakened, but let's just for safety's sake stay there for a couple of minutes, and I'll give you the all clear in the Spring Canyon area and the 27 area, the football stadium area, the Soncy or VFW Road area. I'll give you that clear in just a couple of minutes. So in Hunsley Road and then northward, even toward McCormick, let's just stay in your safe place for a couple of more minutes, even though that rotation certainly looks like it has decreased in intensity. How about we scroll a little east and a little north. This one I want to see. Let's go a little north. Yeah, there we go. We got a little bright spot right there, and a little weakness in the rotation there in the velocity product. So this is the loop where it swings around from going east and then turns to the north. No tornado warning there, but easily some very strong gusty winds that could go 60, 70 miles an hour, maybe even a little more. At this moment, they would be straight line winds, but this could be a precursor to a new rotation that may or may not lead to yet another tornado warning. It's obviously north of Lake Tanglewood, so you're okay there, but take your marker from the highway there. If you're south of the highway, the bend in the highway, that's where that is. Maybe for comparison, right on that same projection, Shelby, we could put the reflectivity back on. I can do some analysis there and see what that might look like as far as getting an idea. Okay, it's getting closer to the radar site, which is tougher to see, but as we run it, I don't see any significant indication on the reflectivity of a tornado developing, and then certainly the velocity doesn't show that as well. So that's good news. How about we stay on, go ahead.
Sorry, the Weather Service is saying that they are monitoring some spinning areas, but
yes,
right now it's just watching.
And that's what I was just talking about right there, some potentially spinning areas there. How about we go into Amarillo and stay on the reflectivity product, and we'll kind of see, maybe zoom out just a little bit. The radar's there at the airport, and go back north a little bit because we want to talk about where it's going. There we go. Okay, so this is the leading edge of this line. You're going to get a strong gust of wind. The rain will pick up, then some hail, some small hail may follow, but this is 40 right here. So if you're north of 40, anywhere either side of Amarillo, eastward toward Washburn, westward through Bushland, really through Wildorado as well, and coming in on Bishop Hills. If you're not getting heavy rain yet, you will in just a couple of minutes, and some small hail may come as well. The tornadic rotations, the circulations are on the backside of this line, which has prompted these other warnings. So that type of warning is not out of the question, but for the Interstate 40 corridor, but the rain's going to pick up first, and then maybe a little bit of small hail. We'll let you know if we see any rotations heading right toward the Interstate 40 corridor. So Randall County officially, for another 3 minutes, we have the tornado warning in effect, but the rotation has really weakened. So I very much think that this warning is going to allow to be expired right here at the top of the hour at 12 o'clock for Randall County. So certainly some good news there. Inside of the loop, which is right here, heavy rain south of 40. Rain will be picking up in the next couple of minutes north of 40. South of 40 in that heavy rain, Let's expect it and some small hail to last for at least another 10 to 15 minutes before it does taper off. Maybe we can expand the view a little bit more and see what's coming from the south or even the southwest and get an idea of what we're in for. The intensity of the rain area north of Hereford in the other tornado warning is weakening, which is good news there. Still some heavy rain and some hail, but we like to see that downward trend. What I mean by that is the amount of red especially is decreasing. So there's some weakening there. So that would give some relief for areas in and around and north of Hereford. Let's go down to Hereford and take a closer look even on the reflectivity product. Then we'll probably switch over to velocity. I just want to make sure that we're not getting anything too bad there. Go ahead and drill down right down on Hereford. Heavy rain, obviously you're feeling that right now. I'm going to say that's going to end for most of you in and around Hereford. Give it another 5 to 10 minutes. Now let's check the velocity product. I want to make sure that's not a little pendant or a little rotation area that is developing there southwest of town. If you would loop that, please. I'm going to look right here. That's going to be just 3 or 4 miles southwest of town. Okay, we did have a rotation that also weakened. Good news. I'm going to watch that one very carefully, but I don't see anything, pardon me, that suggests a tornado in Hereford right now. And I think both those warnings went till noontime, right? Or until midnight. So both of those will expire here in about a minute and a half. So we'll stick with it for just another minute or two and give an update, kind of take a look, and both the warnings should be allowed to expire. I don't think we've gotten any indication from the Weather Service that they're going to extend those for right now. So I think we're okay in Hereford. On the 385 corridor north of Hereford, let's take on the velocity product one more look north of Canyon, see if anything has tried to redevelop there. I don't think that it has. And so, okay, we're going to continue to watch this, and I'll talk about these in just a second. But let's now say we talked about the area. That's a little spot of green. I want to watch that one. I don't think that's rotation, but I want to keep an eye on that one as well. So let's say downtown Canyon clearly, you're in the clear. North of Canyon to the split, the 27 split, and again, the football stadium right here. This is Soncy right here, either side of 27. I think it's okay to come out of your hiding spot, your safe spot right now, but be prepared. If you hear something, don't necessarily wait for me to tell you to go back. If you hear something approaching, you feel threatened, you hear the roar, get ready to go back into that area pretty quickly. But again, the split's right here, so over to Soncy Road, VFW. We're going to watch that for a couple more minutes. They're not going to reissue, I don't think. But now let's talk about 27, where the interchange with Hollywood Road and 335 is. Anywhere within 2, 3 miles, 4 miles north of Hollywood on 27, the wind is picking up. You're going to get a wind gust that will go to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. Would that induce some rotation? It is certainly possible. We don't see it right at this minute. That's the other one that we were talking right about there where the highway bends, 335. That's all south of 40, but again, moving northward. So we've hit 12 o'clock. What's the status from the Weather Service?
No discussion of reissuance. They are evaluating some possible damage in the Madison Park area. They are seeing reports of roof damages and fences blown over, but again, no comments so far as to reissuing that tornado warning.
Okay. That's very good. So north of Lake Tanglewood, where it says there, that an increasing wind core right there, that might induce a brief little spin up, but not a large tornado. And then 27 and either side of 27, I'm sorry, and either side of that intersection with Hollywood or 335, some strong winds there. So please stay away from the windows. This is not the time to be going to look out and see what's going on. Just stay away from the windows. Do have that safe spot in mind. We're going to continue to monitor these, but at this particular moment, there are no tornado warnings in effect across the region. Let's, if we can, Shelby, switch back to reflectivity. What we're going to do is go off TV. We'll keep our stream going for a couple of minutes at least and keep you posted. But if you want to stay up and leave the TV on for a couple of more minutes, make sure you have an app or some way to get a notification of a new tornado warning. If it is issued, then you can come back and we'll be on TV keeping you posted on that, because the potential for heavy rain and thunderstorms is going to continue for several more hours through the late night, the overnight. This is sort of what we were calling wave 2. We had late afternoon and the early early evening, and then there is the potential for wave 3 to come, and those storms would likely start on the Texas-New Mexico border and then move eastward. The flash flooding or flooding threat is going to remain real overnight into the early morning hours beyond daybreak tomorrow, and some heavy rain will continue in the very, very first part of the day. Let me check with Shelby one more time. Oh, before I say that, that box that's showing there, the big giant box that goes to east of Panhandle and then west of Bushland covering Amarillo, that's a severe thunderstorm warning, meaning some hail possibly to 1 inch and some wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. So that one's going to be in effect until 12:45. I think I can argue some decrease. Well, I better not do that because we've got heavy rain over the radar dish right now, and that tends to attenuate the signal a little bit. So all that said, heavy rain, potential for some hail, some strong gusty straight line winds is going to continue for, I have to say, honestly, a couple of more hours. The tornado threat has diminished greatly. The tornado warnings are expired. Let's check with Shelby on the Weather Service one more time, and then we'll go back to programming, but know that we will come back if we need to right away. Anything from the chat, Shelby?
We have a flood advisory issued for Potter, Randall, Armstrong, and Carson. That's this green polygon right here.
Mm-hmm.
It is until 4 o'clock this morning. Still no talk about reissuance of those tornado warnings.
Okay, so the flooding threat is definitely very, very real. If you know of or you're near one of those places that floods, let's plan on it doing that. So take any precautions that you need to there, and that flooding threat, again, as I mentioned, will continue. Let's do one more quick look at the velocity product before we go back to programming, and then we'll do that and continue on the stream.
We're seeing something possibly. Sheldon was saying that rotation.
And you don't have a mic. Come over here and so I can hear.
I think
Okay.
Sheldon was talking about that.
Talking about what?
This rotation south of town.
Yeah. Oh, right on the 27 there.
Right.
Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, so let's stick with it a little bit longer. All of this bright red and sort of pinkish color decreasing a little bit in the last 2 or 3 frames, but those are straight, strong line gusty winds, 60, 70 miles per hour plus. But what we're talking about now is a new potential rotation right along 27. This is going to be halfway in between 335. That's going to be like McCormick, maybe right there, and then going a little further, that's probably Sunset right about there. So right along 27, and then west, that's going to be right along VFW Highway and eventually up toward Helium, which is right here. But VFW or Soncy is going to be right here. So that's the split where the football stadium is. So Spring Canyon area, you're okay from this potential rotation, but this is obviously increasing on the velocity product here. So once again, 27 westward from McCormick, or say Upton Road through McCormick, and then eventually on up to 335. There is potentially some new rotation developing there. Oh, and they're going to do a new tornado warning. Okay, so that's why we saw that. Weather Service is seeing the same thing that we are, and they're going to issue a new tornado warning. The pattern on these has been to spin up very, very quickly and spin back down or weaken very, very quickly as well. So if you can, maybe, Shelby, drill down and see what the roads we can get to pop up on that. We're going to see a red box come up shortly in a warning. Okay, so there's FM 2219. That's north of that's near McCormick, just south of McCormick. So we're right north of 2219. Soncy VFW is going to be right here. So a new potential rotation there. We got Scottsdale Avenue on the map right there, and what the motion on that is going to be is northward to 335 Hollywood that meets Helium right there. The intersection of Soncy is going to be right there as well. That's clearly wrapping up. It's not what we would call, again, the tight rotation. Go ahead and pause it for a second. It's not tight rotation. It is a broad rotation like this, but I'm expecting that that might, and the Weather Service is probably thinking that, well, that may tighten up a little bit and possibly produce a new wall cloud, funnel cloud, eventually tornado there. It's not there yet, in my opinion, but it's enough, strong enough that they have issued a new tornado warning. If we take the velocity off, maybe we'll see the polygon is there now, or go back to the previous product, that other scene where we've got those plotting. Has it, excuse me, has it been issued yet?
Yes, it's very big. Hold on, I gotta zoom out. There it is.
Okay, there we go. All right, so let's talk about that. This is Amarillo right here. This is Interstate 40 right here. This is Helium Road. This is Hollywood Road right here. The southern end of that tornado polygon is just north of the split of 27 and 60. So that's the football stadium there, Happy State Bank football stadium. So that rotation has now moved north of the lower end of that. So the split, you're okay. Country Club area, you're okay. And then it goes west of Helium Road, a couple of miles, and there's obviously either side of Helium Road, but especially to the west, there's a couple of neighborhoods right in here. I would like for you, in this new tornado warning, to go to your safe spot. People getting their phones going off, getting a new warning. Let's review that, please. Storm shelter, obviously, if you have one. First floor, lowest floor of the building that you are in. Small room toward the center of the house, like a bathroom, hallway, closet. Let's put the reflectivity back on and see, or no, the velocity. Okay, and sirens going off in southern Amarillo. So again, the safety protocol, small room toward the center of the house, bathroom, hallway, closet, something to cover up your head. Helmets are good, pillows, couch cushions are good. Put on some sturdy shoes in case you get some damage and have to walk through anything like that. We don't want you cutting up your feet. Pardon me. Grab your eyeglasses if you need those. If you're someone who has prescription medications that you really need to take care of, then that's something you want to do as well. As far as letting other people know, because it's obviously now late, it's 8 minutes after 12, maybe if you know somebody near and just south of the bend in the loop, 335. So this is where it meets Sauncey Road right here. This is Helium right here. So right south of town, if you know anybody along or either side of Sauncey and VFW, go ahead and call them, wake them up. If they don't have the app going, which you should get, NewsChannel 10 app, wake them up and let them know that they are currently under a tornado warning. We're going on TV. We're going to stay there, and we'll let you we'll keep you posted rather on what's going on. But that one's not a clear, tight rotation at this point, but it is enough that the Weather Service has issued that tornado warning again, and that goes until 12:30 at this point. Elsewhere, we mentioned that these little brief periods of gusty winds, these little hot white spots here. This is 335. There's one right there. So a brief wind gust to over 60 miles per hour, could even go close to 70 miles per hour, is certainly possible. So once again, new tornado warning that goes until 12:30 for a good portion of Randall County, south of Interstate 40 and north of Canyon. Maybe let's put the reflectivity back on and zoom out a little bit and get a better idea from a broader perspective. But again, I'd love for you to be in your safe spot along west of 27, either side of Sauncey Road, VFW, especially west. I'm guessing that the rotation, the greatest rotation is right there at that little notch. So then again, that's Canyon right down here. That's the football stadium. That's the loop right there, south of Helium Road. I know there's several neighborhoods there. Go ahead and go to your safe place. Small room, center of the house, bathroom, closet, hallway. Call your neighbors, let them know, wake them up. These have made some pretty good evidence in some cases of touching down. In fact, the first one that we had near Bootleg, we did get a confirmation from local fire department west of Hereford that it did in fact touch down. It wasn't too long out over open country for most of that, but now obviously we're getting into a much more populated area. So this will start to move to the northeast and eventually approach the Interstate 40 corridor. South of Interstate 40, you're included in this warning as well. I would say at that point, if you're just 2-3 miles south of the highway, you don't have to be in your safe spot just now, but please be prepared to go there very quickly. 27 north of 335, not really near that rotation. If you're inside of Sauncey, inside of the loop right there, again, be prepared to go to your safe spot. You are under the tornado warning, but at this point, I really don't think that you have to go there right now. Anything from the chat, Shelby?
No, if you need to take a break and switch off, just let me know. We haven't heard anything else besides that last issuance of that warning.
Okay, well, we'll stick with it for a minute, and we only got the one mic. Did we ever diagnose the mic 1 problem?
No, I haven't tried it again. It looks like when you're talking, they both have levels. So
it's still on me. I'll keep this one. Let me give you, we're going to do a little technical rejiggering here, so stick with us. That's 2, that's 1. Yeah, I can
that mic never.
Okay. Oh.
I think it's just on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Okay, well, here's one.
If it's on,
I will
everything's
stay on mic 2. And we're sorry for this little technical glitch here. I know if you're under a tornado warning, that's the last thing that you want to hear, but we want to make sure that
Workers
it's
also
going.
reporting, listening to the stream, so if we've got issues again, they will notify.
Okie dokie. So once again, let's do a recap. We are now at 12:12. We have a tornado warning for Randall County, and that's either side of Highway 27, about 5, 6, 7 miles either side of Highway 27 from north of Canyon all the way to just on the south side of Interstate 40. The rotation signature is moderate. It's not a guarantee that it's a tornado on the ground, but it is enough to go ahead and make that warning. Check with your neighbors, call on them, and see if they are in fact watching TV. Let them know that we have this tornado warning ongoing, and we'll continue to keep you posted. Yes, ma'am.
Weather Service is planning to trim that tornado warning, so it's not going to expire, but they are going to cut it down for this Randall County warning to fit a little bit tighter around where they're seeing that rotation.
Okay, very good. Let's take off the reflectivity product and we can get a little better idea what they're going to do with that polygon. And when I say polygon, this is the tornado box right here. But what Shelby's saying, that again is the split in the highway. I think they're going to trim the southern edge of this because the rotation is right about here, and that has moved off to the north and northwest. So they're going to clear that area just on the north side of town. That new box going in, we've had heavy, heavy rain, so the flooding threat's going to continue not only just in the short term, but as we've been saying all night long, in the medium and long term. So that tornado warning again until 12:30. We're coming up on 12:14 here. Watching News Channel 10, severe weather coverage streaming on our apps and our platforms as well, the website. There's the trimming of the polygon. Why don't you drill down to the southern portion of that polygon. We'll kind of see, get some markers there. Go ahead and go way in right on 27. See what roads pop up there. Okay, so this is FM 2219. This is where the construction is going on 27 right here. So from 2219 southward, you're now out of the polygon that is the tornado warning. North of that red line, you can scroll back up to the north a little bit if you would, Shelby. North of that red line, you are still in the tornado warning, and that's going to go right up from 2219 to and through the loop, 335. This is Helium Road right here. Let's go back and check on. I think it's time to check on the velocity product and see if that thing is tightening or weakening here at about 12:15. Got about 15 minutes left on the warning, but based on what we see here, we'll kind of give an idea if that's weakening or not. Let's go ahead and loop that. I think that's where we saw the last rotation right there. Yep, that's it, and it is clearly weakening, so that is good news. Not going to say you're in the clear south of Hollywood or 335, but if you want to come out and be ready to go back into your safe space very, very quickly, if we either tell you or you hear the roar of the wind pick up, be prepared to do that very, very quickly. But you can sit with us and watch television. We'll keep you posted until this warning is canceled. Elsewhere along Helium and Sauncey Road and near the 335 intersection, there's very strong straight line winds. They're going to be kind of swirly. This is the kind of stuff that will knock branches down, certainly blow the garbage cans around, things like that. Don't go out and get them right now. Anything that's got any volume or spread to it will pick up that wind and come back at you in a big, big hurry. So I'm just saying that those winds will be there, but don't take any protective measures outside of the house right now. There's a little wind core there, just a mile or two south of 335. That's probably just south of the fire training there, or maybe just to the southeast of that, just to get your bearings. There's another little wind core here. That's probably just, maybe just a little bit, well, it is, it's just a mile or so west of Bucky's. So from Bucky's westward, maybe you loop that one more time. Let me see what that's doing. It's pretty close to the radar, which does some funky things with the beam. But there's a strong wind gust there. Okay. Getting some thunder here at the TV station, which prompts me to put on the reflectivity product again and get the northern edge of that rain and see where that's going. Let's pan out. TV station's going to be right about here, some thunder there. Go out a little bit wider and just give folks to the north of the leading edge of that an idea where that's going. Maybe come to the south. So this is 335. Right there on the north side of town. This is 87, 287 heading toward Dumas. So if you're north of 335 and the rain has not picked up yet, it is going to. The heaviest core is now right on Interstate 40. So anywhere in Amarillo, anywhere inside or even just outside the loop toward Bushland, Heavy rain still coming. There's going to be little pockets of hail as well. That hail size could go up to dime size or maybe even a couple of 1-inch hailstones, so that's going to make a noise on the roof. But we're going to continue for a couple of more minutes. It is now 12:17. We've got the tornado warning until 12:30. We did see some pretty significant signs of weakening, but go ahead and stay in your safe place anywhere along Helium Road to the west or just to the east of Helium Road. Stay there for just a little bit longer. I think since we're in a populated area right now, the Weather Service will probably be a little bit more hesitant to cancel this early. But what we're telling you is what we see on the velocity product is that tight rotation that prompted the warning has weakened, and so the threat or the likelihood of there being a tornado is much, much less.
Looks like we got new something here.
Something new? Oh, there's a new one. Okay. Now we're back to, I warned you earlier about the chaoticness of these wind fields tonight, and now we've got a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for Death, Smith, and Randall County. There's the county border right there. That's obviously Dawn. This is Umbarger, and this line is Highway 60 right here going in toward Hereford. So while the rotation in Randall County, well, the Canyon northward Randall County rotation has weakened a little bit. This is a new tornado warning that's going to go until 12:45 for parts of Death, Smith right here and Randall County. Primarily Death, Smith. Let's go ahead and check the velocity product and see what has prompted that warning from the Weather Service there. I think we're going to see a similar thing where we get a quick spin up and then it probably weakens a little bit. Umbarger, you should be included in. There it is right there. Go ahead and drill down on that. See, it's another one. It's spun up very quickly. The Weather Service really has to put up a warning for that. But what's going to happen is that's Dawn right there. So it moved just within, I don't know, a mile of you, just to the southwest, and as it's going across the highway, it has weakened a good bit, which is obviously good news. I think, again, talking about the chaotic wind pattern, what we're going to see, unfortunately, for a couple of more hours is, and this is good news and bad news, is these little quick spin-ups that last maybe 5 minutes or less are going to be possible for at least the next couple of hours, but they're not the kind that get big, strongly rotating tornadoes that do a lot of damage. It's the kind of thing that will maybe take out some thicker branches, maybe a couple of trees, maybe some roof shingles, but they're not going to be the types of tornadoes that are particularly strong that would do a lot of damage and be persistent. So there's obviously some good news there. So take off the velocity again. Let's take a look at that polygon as we're in a little bit closer. I really think that was a super quick spin up there, which is good news in that it's probably weakened. So from Umbarger, you're included. Dawn, talking about the safe spot. Listen outside. Be prepared to go to your safe spot. You are officially under that warning. If you want to go there and stay for a couple of minutes, that should be fine if it makes you feel better. I really don't think there's much in the way, pardon me, of a damaging tornado on the ground in Dawn, and in the next couple of minutes it will move south of the highway, south of the railroad tracks there. Umbarger, you're right at the edge of that. I don't think you're under threat for the rotation there. They overcompensate on the area just a little bit. Okay, let's go back, since we're in the populated area, to our other tornado warning, get a check on that.
We have a trim. That polygon has been trimmed.
The
Randall.
The Randall County, okay.
It has been trimmed to the east because the west is where they're seeing more of it, so some of the eastern portion of that polygon's been trimmed off.
Okay, so probably getting closer to Helium Road, and we'll see that update in a minute. Let's look at the velocity product, please. Overall intensity of the rain seems to be weakening just a little bit, although, again, as I mentioned, it's going over the radar dish, which tends to attenuate the signal a little bit. Okay, so let's drill down right here on Helium Road. That would be the next area where we see straight line winds, and most of that right along the roadway is obviously dirt, but we've got, the movie theater, Synergy is going to be right about here, and then so north of there, and this is Soncy Road. That's going to be Soncy right there. So just to the west of Soncy, may see some new rotation developing there. We're going to see if that strengthens, but that's the hot spot right now. That's moving very quickly toward Interstate 40 in the intersection right there, which would take it out of the warning polygon in the next 5-10 minutes at the outside. And so the Weather Service will have to decide if they're going to reissue further to the north or north of 40. We can take that product off and check on that polygon again. Shelby was mentioning they're probably going to trim that, and we'll go ahead and clear out some areas as well once we get a look there. We can take the reflectivity off as well. Let's go down to the southern portion of the polygon and go way down. Let's do some streets again. This is 27 right here, FM 2219. Go further north, and then you're going to hit Sunset. Go further west, this is 27. Anything east of 27, you're okay right now.
Here's the loop.
That's Hollywood Road, that's 335. There's Coulter right there. Okay, let's stay at that projection right there. Go a little bit further north and put back on the velocity product, if you would, please. So that's the bend in the highway. I think our most likely damaging wind spot is going to be maybe even a little bit further north there. Run it in the loop once again. We're doing, you know, real-time analysis here. So this is a straight line wind gust coming into that location, 27 and 335, approaching from the northwest. It's a brief, strong gust of wind, but again, could be 60, 70 miles per hour, a little bit higher. Okay, closer to 40, please, back to the north. We're at 1222, and we'll go back and check on our other warning in just a second. But right now, I don't really see any evidence of any rotation. So anywhere along Soncy, anywhere either side of Helium Road, including the areas, the residential areas that are west of Helium Road, I think you're safe to come out of your safe spot, being ready if you feel threatened or you hear something approaching to go back quickly. But the rotation signature there is really all but gone. So I think either the Weather Service, well, again, in a populated area, they're probably going to let that go for another couple minutes before they expire it. But that tornado warning, I think, is probably just a precaution at this moment, and the rotation is probably no longer there, which is good news. We'll see if they want to extend that any further to the north, because that cell was moving to the north as well. So that gives us a chance to focus on our Umbarger or Dawn storm that is east of Hereford, the new tornado warning. And if that one gets too far south or further south of the highway, I think we're going to let that go as far as coverage for a minute. We'll keep the stream going if you want to stay on the radar. But once that potential rotation moves south of the highway, we're not looking at anything other than open country right there. That's the county border, Randall County over here, Deaf Smith County over there. And let's go to the velocity product and see what we're looking at as far as any rotation. So if you'll loop it, we can see where it's spun up. That would have been a couple of minutes ago. That was right there, just a mile or so southwest of Dawn. That area has moved south of the highway. So for the next couple of minutes, I'm going to leave that one alone. We'll see if anything regenerates. Do know that Dawn, that rotation area has moved just to your south. So I think you can come out of your safe spot, being prepared if you feel threatened or hear anything to go back. But that warning goes until 12:45. I can't imagine that that's going to verify any much longer than certainly 12:30.
We do have a new
update,
update,
abundance
Kevin.
of caution, the Weather Service may extend that. Yes, Shelby.
The Weather Service is saying that both tornadic circulations, all of the ones they've been looking at, have weakened.
Yep.
And if that does continue, they are planning to cancel both Randall and Dawn tornado warnings. So right now, as long as things continue to weaken, both tornado warnings will be canceled.
Okay, that's good news. Let's do a broader view then. We'll put back the reflectivity. The heavy rain's going to continue in spots through the late night and the overnight period. So the tornado warnings will go just a couple of more minutes, but as Shelby was just saying, the rotation signatures on both the tornado warnings, that's near the bend in 335 Helium Road, just west of Soncy, has weakened as it heads toward Interstate 40, and then right near Dawn, that one has weakened as well. Let's go out even wider. Let's see a look at the DMA and see if we can see any evidence of our next wave and maybe any other stronger cells that are in the region. Okay, what I'm sad to say is this is increasing. This the third wave that we've been talking about. Okay, so that's not going to get into the Texas Panhandle for a couple of more hours yet, but we'll see if those storms expand in coverage. That one well west and out of our area, west of Clovis, is particularly strong. In fact, let's go, or strengthening. Let's drill down on that one just to get an idea. This is going to be, unfortunately, the third wave that we have talked about, and that's going to come through the overnight period, keep the rain threat going. Let's go west to the new cluster in New Mexico if we can, even further west than there, and further, a little further still. And we switched over to the Cannon radar. So this is out of our area, but there's Fort Sumner right there. See, that's a particularly strong storm. It's easily producing some hail. It's got a pendant on it right there. So is that one going to rotate for that area? It certainly may. But then the point I'm trying to make is that third wave of energy will come across our area during the overnight period. So you definitely want to keep your app close, your phone close, so you can get the warnings, the NOAA weather radio. Keep that going overnight, because the potential for more warnings is certainly, unfortunately, going to be there, and the flooding potential will go up as well. So these are strengthening or increasing in coverage, and they'll continue to move on to the northeast, and that's the Texas-New Mexico border right there. So as far as time-wise, we got 3 more minutes on our warnings. Let's do the entire DMA again. Actually, let's just move south, since we got a minute here, toward the Lubbock market, because that's a particularly strong thunderstorm there near Sudan, just east of Muleshoe. So that one moving northeastward will eventually get up into our area as well. That one would be taking aim if it holds together on Hart, eventually Tulia, but that's more than an hour away. We'll watch those as well, but that's a particularly strong storm there that is producing, I'd be willing to bet at this point, baseball-size hail. I will get that water in just 1 minute. Thank you very much when we expire the warning. So thank you for that, Andy. Do appreciate it. That's a severe thunderstorm warning as opposed to a tornado warning. It seems to be not moving particularly quickly, which is why they've got another half hour on that warning there. Okay. Let's check one more time on our rotations in our tornado warnings, and that should take us to the end of them. So we'll do Canyon first, or north of Canyon first, south of 40. We can go back to the velocity product, just see if anything is re-strengthening there. But I think we're in the clear for most of the Amarillo region as we go on toward the 12:30 time frame. Zoom down on 27 and 335, or the loop. Don't see any strengthening rotations there, but clearly, oh, see, now this is not a rotation, but when you start to see this kind of whitish pink or tannish color, that's a very strong straight line wind. These thunderstorms are going up. That's rising air. The rain starts to come out, and when that rain, that heavy rain, cooled air comes back down, it crashes to the ground and creates straight line winds. 70, 80 mile an hour straight line wind can do as much damage as a tornado. So we want to be aware of that. And that little core right there, again, get your bearings. This is 27. Sonsi VFW would be right here. So westward from there, some strong straight line winds are going to continue with that. Could it develop some sort of rotation? It is possible. We don't see that at this moment. Yes, ma'am.
So the tornado warning for the one that we had in Randall and Deaf Smith, they were both canceled. Okay. But the circulation, there's one south of Panhandle now that they have issued. Okay, I see it. Let's go zoom in over there. Yep, that's a strengthening storm there. Oh, that's a new tornado warning? Yes. Yeah, just issued for Carson County. So guess what? We get to stay a little longer. So now for a moment, let's take the reflectivity off and just get our bearings on the warning. It's this red polygon. So that's 40, so it's north of Conway. Panhandle, you are included, just a couple miles to the west and to the east, several miles to the west, you're included as well, and then north of Highway 60. So this is the new tornado warning. Let's start to do some analysis on this. In and around Panhandle, let's look at the velocity product first and get a bearing or an idea exactly where this rotation is. Panhandle, let's go through the routine once again. You're now under a tornado warning until 1:15. Same rules apply. Storm shelter if you have one. Small room toward the center of the house, lowest floor. Take along something to cover up your head. Get some strong shoes on. Grab anything you might want with you, like glasses or medicines or anything like that. Bring along something to cover up your head. That small room toward the center of the house will provide more structural integrity and a little bit more protection with more walls between you and the outside. You want to do the velocity product real quick, Shelby? In fact, I'm going to let you talk and take a drink of water. Yeah, if you need to swap out, Kevin, if you need to, I'm
well, you
good.
You come on in. I'll come loop it for you. But
okay.
We're looking. Go ahead and loop it, and I'll come up there, and we can see where the potential rotation is.
I'm going to slow this down.
I'm thinking that what they're looking at is, yeah, that's the south. That's the one right there. So it's south of Panhandle. I'll do some measurement for you in just a second. I'm going to get your coat right there.
Thank you.
And you go ahead.
There's some of that.
Thank you.
Okay. We need to. Sorry, I'm a lot shorter than Kevin. 1 second. Okay, sorry. I'm a good foot shorter than Kevin probably, so we're going to get that camera fixed real quick. So the issuance of that tornado warning is looking at this rotation right here south of Panhandle. It is looking like this one is kind of south, tracking a little bit to the north. This is why the National Weather Service has been keeping an eye on that, and that's what issued this new tornado warning for Panhandle. The Randall and the Dawn, both of those have expired, but if you are in Panhandle, it is time to enact that tornado safety plan like Kevin was talking about. It is time to move to those interior rooms, be prepared to take shelter, and have your tornado safety plan intact. Stay away from the windows. If this rotation continues to hold strong and move in the general direction it's heading right now, it's knocking on the door of Panhandle. So this is a serious situation. If you are living in Panhandle, if you know anyone in Panhandle, you have family, friends, anybody in the area, give them a call. If they are not on this, not watching on television, they might be asleep, be sure to give them a call. This is a severe warned storm, and we are going to keep monitoring that, but be sure to notify any of your friends and family in Panhandle. This is a tornado warned storm. That rotation is again south of Panhandle. Right now it's looking to be between Panhandle and Conway. This is I-40 down here on the bottom of the screen. So it looks to stay right here, and it looks like it's intensifying just a little bit. Kevin, do you think it's this brighter green is starting to show up just a little bit? It's not super strong right now, but it is looking to be very starting to tighten up right here on 207 between Panhandle and this is Highway 60 up here to help you get a little bit of an understanding of where we're at. Again, I-40 down here on the bottom. So this is right between I-40 and 60. This is about 5 miles south of Panhandle right now. That rotation is tracking. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for this storm until 1:15?
1:15.
1:15 a.m. Right now. We're going to watch that and see if they extend it and keep a close eye on that. As for the storms that were tornado warned a minute ago in Randall County and around Dawn, both of those tornado warnings have expired. Of course, keep an eye out. We're going to continue. There's lots of circulations and lots of heavy rain and severe thunderstorms all throughout the Amarillo area and all the way across the Panhandle for the most part. So we're going to be watching all of those. So if you are watching, be sure to be ready, have that tornado plan in action, and be ready to take action if another severe warning is issued for any areas around the Panhandle. So this is that heaviest part of that rain just south of Panhandle. This is where that rotation was showing up on radar. So the biggest part of the storm is once again between Highway 60 and I-40. This is right, Panhandle is right here. It is heading in a north direction, so it is coming for Panhandle. So be prepared, move into those interior rooms, and we will keep you updated. What's up, Kevin?
It's also mentioned the hail potential with that. That's going to be south of Panhandle right now, but moving north, and that's going to be 3/4 inch hail, which will do some damage. That's also included in that warning. So
the hail issued on that is 3/4 of an inch, which that may not sound like a lot, but it is enough to really do some damage. Could cause some damage to housing, to roofs, strip some leaves off of the trees, damage some cars. So it is something that does need to be watched. Now it does look like that red that was in the rotation has lightened up a little bit, so that is a good sign that this rotation is starting to weaken just a little bit. We have not heard anything about confirmed tornadoes on the ground or anything like that. It's just rotation. So the Weather Service is issuing that warning as a precautionary measure right now to go ahead and warn all of the residents in Panhandle that this is coming your way, and it is showing up on radar, and we're keeping a close eye on it. So again, if you're in Panhandle, get ready, be prepared, be weather aware, and be storm ready in case this does continue to track north towards Panhandle. This is only a few miles out of town, so it's not super far away. It is here, it is close. So if you are in Panhandle, make some phone calls if you know somebody there. This is a serious situation. It's continuing to track north as of right now. Again, no confirmations of tornadoes on the ground or anything like that. This has been issued due to that rotation.
Shelby, I think what we're looking at here with this little wind core, and let me pause it right here and just identify what we're talking about here, is right there. That has sort of come up stationary, which is good news for Panhandle in that if there is still some stationary rotation there, it is not moving toward town. It's still about 3 to 4 miles south of town. But you can see if I loop it a couple times,
it looks to just pause right here in this area, kind of stall.
It stays right there. So that's good news for Panhandle. If you're not in your safe place and it's fine to be there, let's be ready please to go there particularly quickly, and don't necessarily wait for us to tell you. If you feel threatened or you hear that roar, the freight train sound is real,
Right.
go ahead and go to your safe place. Shelby.
Right. So Kevin was saying just here over the past few circulations of our radar, it does look like this is starting to stall out and kind of pause in the area right here just between Panhandle and Conway. This is about 5 miles south of Panhandle tracking north, but it looks like it's slowing down on that track and it's looking to just kind of be parked in that one spot.
And it's weakened a good bit too.
Yes,
Let's
some
go
of
back
the
a frame.
red
That's
has
the new image.
Right,
and we'll
right.
go back right there. There you go.
Right.
See how we're losing that brighter, tight green there.
Right,
That's
so that is a
pretty
very good
solid
sign.
indication, yes.
That is a very good sign for Panhandle as that rotation is weakening. The threat is going down, but that warning is still in effect. We are going to watch it because these storms have been recycling all night. They'll start to weaken. Sometimes they'll fire back up. Sometimes they won't. So we're going to be keeping a close eye and make sure that this rotation does not spin back up.
And what I wanted to do here is, since we focused on that one for a minute, is to get a better idea what else is going on. We have no other new warnings. Just that tornado warning there, again, that we've been talking about for Panhandle. Maybe talk about the flooding, Bootleg, Hereford, westward, south of Vega.
Gotcha. So this red polygon is that tornado warning that we have been covering. That is the only tornado warning at this specific time. This big orange polygon extending from west of Amarillo up almost towards past Panhandle, not quite to Pampa. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, and it is in effect for, when does that one expire, Kevin?
I can check on that in mere moments. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 12:45,
Okay.
so just a couple more minutes.
So 12:45, so we're going to see if they're going to decide to extend that over at the National Weather Service. If not, that one does look to expire here soon. Now these dark red, they're more of a maroon color. There is one just south of Vega as well as over here near Sims, Bootleg, and just west of Hereford. These are flash flood warnings. These storms have been moving somewhat at a slow pace. Some of them have, and they have been just dumping rain on a lot of the areas here in the Panhandle. Lots of heavy rain, so some flash flooding is very possible. So again, do not be outside. Do not go out and try to look at this. Definitely do not try to drive right now, as these roads could be flooded, and even though it may not look like a lot of water on the road, those can be washed out. They can, I mean, I think it takes about 6 inches of water to lift a car up, so don't, as we always say, turn around, don't drown. So make sure to stay inside, stay prepared for those safe places, as we are seeing lots and lots of heavy rain and thunderstorms throughout the region. It does look like that for the most part, we're again not seeing any new tornado warnings besides that one just south of Panhandle. Again, we're keeping an eye on that rotation. Nothing new in the Weather Service chat, Kevin?
Yeah, we do. We have some storm reports coming in. This is going to be from some time ago, but just confirmation on the Randall County warning, the tornado warning. The preliminary report noted some debris in a church parking lot about 2 miles northwest of Canyon and across the street from that location. I'm going to guess that that's on Hunsley Road. There's a couple of churches there.
Right.
There's a toot and totem at the VFW Hunsley Road intersection. So again, that's from earlier, but it is some confirmation from the Weather Service of some damage, Shelby.
Right. We are still hearing some heavy rain right here at the TV station. A little bit earlier, we had some little flickers of power. It got very heavy there for a minute. We can hear, we are just north of Amarillo. We do hear that heavy rain here at the TV station. We have been hearing reports of lots of heavy rain. My husband is in our apartment in Canyon, and he has been talking about some very heavy rain down there as well. So we're continuing to see that throughout the region. Again, one tornado warning in the region for this exact time. This one is until 1:15 unless it is expired early. There has been a sign of some rotation just south of Panhandle, about 5 miles south. We're keeping a close eye on that, and the National Weather Service is monitoring it as well. So again, one severe big thunderstorm warning in the orange polygon area. What's up, Kevin?
We got some good news for the orange area that you're talking about, the severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to continue for a couple of more minutes until 12:45, but hearing from the Weather Service now, that line of storms else in and around Amarillo is looking less favorable for hail and tornadoes as they start to weaken.
Good,
There's still the
good.
potential for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, but that is weakening a little bit or looking less favorable for tornadic development, which is clearly good news. I'm going to switch over to the velocity product so that we can check on our Panhandle storm if you want to do that, Shelby.
Right, so again, we're just continuing to see, it looks like on the model runs here, or not the model runs, the radar, that rotation is continuing to weaken. If you look in the early part of the loop, you can see some red indicating some outflow away from the radar, as well as some flow towards the radar indicating some rotation. But as we've moved throughout the past several frames, that red has intensified for just a second, but it cleared out, which is a good sign of weakening.
So you are correct in that, because the Weather Service is now saying the tornado warning for Panhandle is being canceled.
Okay, good.
So
Great.
that's
great.
very good news. That circulation has weakened.
Right, so we have seen the weakening of that rotation, but if you are in Panhandle, and again, anywhere else in the Panhandle, there are still some storms moving through the region, so be sure to be prepared in the case of a warning. Be sure to be weather aware. Call your family, your friends. Make sure to reach out to people, and we are going to continue throughout this coverage to keep you guys safe and informed as these storms start moving through the Amarillo corridor. I mean, pretty much the I-40 corridor, honestly. We've got storms as far southwest as Hereford, and we are seeing some storms as far northeast as Pampa and even further north than that. So we've got quite a line of storms. These are moving to the north, propagating through the north areas right now. So we're keeping a close eye on those. We're seeing that decrease, as Kevin was talking about, in that severe potential. So right now the Weather Service is saying that there's a little bit less of a chance for tornadoes, and the hail threat has also gone down. There is still a chance, of course, for some very heavy rain, flash flooding, things like that, and also a good chance for some strong winds. I think Kevin said 60-mile-per-hour winds is what the Weather Service is saying right now. Still damaging, still important, but it is always good to see that that tornado threat is going down as well as that hail threat. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things throughout the region.
Let's talk about this for just 1 minute, and then I think we'll go off of TV and continue the stream. But just to get your bearings, this is 27. This is Sansi helium right here. And so that other line that I've drawn is another area of particularly heavy rain and probably some hail. And I want you to see how that is propagating to the east. So that is going to pick up the rain intensity and increase the hail potential again north of Canyon from 60 north and 27 west. You can kind of see on those lines where I've drawn where 27 is. So the rain potential there is going to pick up. So Shelby, I'll let you tell me what you want to do to wrap it up, and then we'll go off of TV and continue on the stream. What do you want to see to wrap up with?
I just went ahead and stepped out of frame there for a minute so we could see the full view of all of the storms. I know if I lived in Claude right now, I would be stepping out of the way to make sure that those of you in Claude know that what you are seeing as far as heavy rain. So now that we've gotten a little bit more of some space here, so I'm not blocking anybody here in these severe areas, we are seeing again lots of storms across the region, but no tornado warnings at this time. The last few that we have had have either been canceled or they have expired as that rotation and that danger has slowed down over the past few hours. We do have a small storm. This is just coming into our viewing area. This is just south of Earth, Texas, heading northeast towards Hart. We are going to keep a close eye on this one, as this one is very small. It looks as if it is just starting to develop, so we're going to be watching that. But if you are in Earth and it is raining, it's going to be raining pretty good there for the next few minutes, and that pink does indicate that there could be some hail in this storm as well. So if you are in Earth and you hear that loud sound, you are having that hail and some heavy rain starting to come down here in town. Kevin,
yeah, I'm going to be concerned about that one, and we'll talk about this, about why here for this area south of Earth.
Right.
That's very, very broad rotation. There's nothing here that suggests a tornado at this point, but if that tightens up, which it certainly could do, then we could be dealing with a potential tornado problem there. But the reason I looked a little more closely at it, which I will show you in just a second, is this little notch that showed up
right here.
Yes, Shelby's got it right there.
Right here.
So we'll keep an eye on that. That is just a couple miles south of Earth, 5 miles south of Earth, and we'll loop it again and let you know that south of Earth, east of Earth, along Highway 70, there's going to be some hail there. We're going to keep an eye on see if the rotation increases. We'll let you know as that gets closer to our area and the Highway 194 area, especially from Hart to the west. Olton, you'll be okay with that storm. So I will pan us back out one more time and let Shelby close us out. Okay, here's a chance to give an overview. We'll go back to programming and continue on the stream. Go for it, Shelby.
Gotcha. So we've got some storms all across the Panhandle. For the most part, we're seeing storms as far east, some small ones up north of Shamrock, all the way along the I-40 corridor to west of Vega. We're also seeing some storms in our New Mexico counties as well. We're going to keep a close eye on those. And these storms are also to the south, not all the way down the I-27 corridor, but south of I-40, that first row of counties, including with Hereford and Canyon and Clarendon. And we are even seeing some down to the southeast. That's close over to my stomping grounds in the southeastern portion of the viewing area. This is Cottle County, Motley County, Hall County. So again, the National Weather Service is staying on top of this and they are monitoring everything. No tornado warnings at this time. Those have all expired or have since been canceled as the rotation in a lot of these storms across the region has weakened over the past 30 minutes or so, I would say. These are looking to drop some very heavy rain. There is the chance for some damaging wind, but the tornado threat and the hail threat have both dropped just a little bit over the past 30 minutes or so. The Weather Service has said that these storms are showing a little bit less of a threat in those particular areas. So keep an eye on things and be sure to be weather aware. Right now, we're looking to just see lots of heavy rain across the region, but stay prepared. Keep that First Alert Weather app downloaded. We're also going to, once we go off of air, we're also streaming on Facebook right now, as well as YouTube and on our website, newschannel10.com. Be sure to have that First Alert Weather app downloaded. That will give you the latest information on if new updates are sent out, if we have new warnings issued, if you have lightning detected near you, as well as heavy rain. That app can give you a lot of information throughout the night, and you can change it to just have your location, so you don't have to worry about your phone going off all night about all of these storms throughout the region. It will tell you for the warnings that are in your area. So it can help you stay informed throughout the overnight hours and into early Saturday morning throughout the region. Since we're not seeing any new issuances of any warnings right now, I feel like that's a very good sign.
Yes, ma'am. We can go back to programming.
Right. I think we're going to go ahead and go back to programming. We will jump back in if we get anything new. Make sure to tune into those streams. We will keep those up for a little bit longer.
Clear.
Okay, stream still going.
Okay.
That was longer than the...
That was a very, very long cut-in.
Yeah.
Shorter
Woo! That's okay. That was cool.
So
okay.
no tornado warnings. We still have a very large, severe thunderstorm warning. Maybe go back to radar scope. We can work with that a little bit. In and around, all around Amarillo. Primary threat there is...
Here, I'm going to come up there.
Let's
Did we
see.
lose it?
Yeah, radar is not showing up. Let me take it and see. No, we've got dark screen there. So I'm gonna just go back to max 1 because that does have radar over there. Yeah. Sorry guys, my adrenaline is up. I apologize for that little whoop right after we went off air. This is my 3rd day, so I'm excited to be able to keep you guys informed, keep you safe throughout the evening and into the morning hours. We want to keep our viewers safe and well informed at all times. So as for that severe thunderstorm watch, we did have a tornado watch earlier today. That has since been canceled. It has expired. So now we're just looking at a thunderstorm watch for the southern portion of our viewing area. Amarillo North and Potter County is not included in that, but the southern 3 rows of our viewing area is included in that severe thunderstorm watch, and that is until 4 o'clock.
4 a.m. Yeah,
4 a.m.
Fixing that right now.
Yes, so that is issued until 4 o'clock in the morning today.
Give me just a second, and that should refresh. And there we go. Okay, the chat is from the Weather Service saying new severe thunderstorm warning coming for northern Lamb and Castro. So that is the storm that we looked at that was near Earth. So it's holding together. And so there's our new severe thunderstorm warning for Castro and Lamb County. So the principal threat there, straight line winds and some large hail, is going to be until 1:45. and I will get some further information on that in just a second. So that new warning again until 1:45, hazard possibility, tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour straight line winds. That's coming through Earth right now at this very moment. So there, we'll zoom in on it. I'm going to watch very carefully the little notch that's developing in there too, see if there's some maybe tornadic activity there. But that's going to move past Earth, and so the next areas and target would be, in the line of that would be Highway 194 that comes out of Dimmitt and toward Hart. As we look closer at that, I want to switch over to the velocity product and see if that notch is doing anything particularly trouble. Yeah, there's some rotate. We may get a tornado warning on that one.
Okay.
That will come out of Lubbock, and we'll see if they issue for that. But that may be potential. So we're going to watch that very carefully, obviously. But some hail, some strong gusty winds, and a potential tightening rotation from Earth to the east along Highway 70. That'll be west of Olton. Olton, you'll be in the clear for that, but Hart, we would watch, and that's still more than 30 minutes away. But just to let you know, Hart, you might be in the path of that storm as well.
Also, once again, for those of you that I know we are no longer on air, but we are still here with you. We are still monitoring things. If you are in the viewing area or you have family in the viewing area and you want to keep up with what's going on, again, of course, we are streaming right here on our News Channel 10 website. We are on Facebook. We are on YouTube. And we also have our First Alert weather app. It does a lot for you. It can give you these warnings as they are issued. It can tell you if there's heavy rain nearby, if there's lightning detected near your location. It is a very, very good tool to have, and it can help wake you up if we have some severe storms warned a little bit later and you've happened to gone back to bed. So it's a very, very good app to have. It's on the App Store. News Channel 10 KFDA First Alert Weather app. Highly recommend, if you do not have it, to download it, as it will help keep you informed and keep you guys safe and weather aware, not only just today, but storm season just started. So this is something that we are going to see for potentially the next several weeks off and on, as storm season it's in full force right now. So we are going to push that app and have you guys download that. It's just another way to keep you protected and keep you safe at all times on mobile, on web. Highly recommend downloading that app. Yes.
We've got some pictures in the chat, and we won't be able to necessarily show them, but this comes from emergency management at West Texas A&M, Justin McBride, and we've got some damage pictures, and he said those are on, he wrote Hensley Road. I think that's Hunsley. He probably meant. It may be a typo. But Hunsley Road and 2590. So that was the area where we had the tornado warning.
Gotcha.
The initial tornado warning just on the north side of Canyon. So we see some damage. There's some roof damage. I see, I guess we're gonna call that the eaves of the front of a house has been peeled off. There's some fence
Siding damage.
Yeah, but it looks like it may have in the corner lifted the roof a little bit.
Oh,
unless that's
okay.
just sticking out. But yeah, there may be a little bit of a bend there. So we're talking about some roof damage. Again, this is earlier. This is on the warning that was in Canyon a little while ago. But some confirmation of damage, and whether it was straight line winds or a tornado will be determined later. But there's confirmation of damage there, and that kind of confirms the warning, Shelby.
Gotcha. Yep, I would not be surprised to see some more damage reports throughout the, once we get into the morning hours and people can get out there in the daytime and start looking around at what is going on. So I'm checking the Weather Service chat once again, just to be sure that nothing else has been warned at this time. So right now in the region, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, which includes Armstrong, Carson, Potter, and Randall counties. That is that big orange-looking polygon on the map. That is just for some heavy rain, some gusty winds. The tornado and the hail threat have gone down. They are still possible, but they have gone down significantly. The National Weather Service and we here at News Channel 10 are monitoring that, and we are watching for that. We also have the maroon boxes, which are flash flood warnings. This is mainly issued for that storm that was just west of Hereford. It kind of stalled out there for a minute. It just seemed to just sit right there west of Hereford, and it dumped a lot of rain in that area. So localized flash flooding is a very, very possible situation. So we are going to see that flash flood warning for the foreseeable future. That expires at...
I'm sorry, what are we looking at?
The flash flood warning west of Hereford.
I will check that right now. I was communicating with my wife via text message, and the flash flood warning goes until 3 a.m.
Okay, so that goes until 3 o'clock this morning, and then all of those pink boxes for the southern portion of the viewing area that has a thunderstorm watch, that one is going until 4 o'clock in the early morning hours, so we are watching all of those. I'm not seeing any new issuances for any more possible severe thunderstorms, anything like that. So I think these storms are, right now they're just looking to dump some good rain on everybody. Of course, the wind is still a damaging threat, and there is some possibility of still seeing some hail in these storms, but seeing as they are not severe thunderstorm warned, if there is any at all, it is going to be a lot smaller and a lot more minor than some of, I mean, we were seeing a warning with a tennis ball sized hail earlier, so.
Let's talk about rain intensity picking up now again for Canyon and Highway 20, Interstate 27, VFW Road, eventually Sauncey Road. What I'm referring to here, and I'll draw it in, is this line right there, and then this is 27, that yellow line right there. So if we run this in motion again, you're in for another round of extremely heavy rain from Canyon to the north, right along VFW Sauncey, right along 27. All of this, whoops, catch up to me, computer, there we go. This and this is heading in this direction. So another round of heavy rain, and the potential, I would think, for some quarter-size hailstones, a couple, and then a good bit of maybe dime-size hail, and maybe even a few nickel-size hailstones as well. But that's the motion right there.
Right. Overall, severe threat has slowly gone down over the past several hours. Some severe stuff is still out there. We do, again, heavy rain, lots of heavy rain across the region, but that is slowly tapering down as we go throughout the evening. We were talking about this a little bit earlier, the earlier storms that came through today, along with that cold front. When we have the cooler air in the region, that does seem to help with the stabilization of the air, and when the air is a little bit more stable, that can help it not develop as severe thunderstorms. Is that, Kevin, am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay.
The thing fighting that, as we've noticed we've been looking at something called, we're going to get geeky here, but something called the velocity azimuth display, and that's wind direction, and we're looking for wind shear. And actually, while I'm talking about that, I'm going to go back to the website that shows me that, and we'll see what's going on. But the reason I bring it up is, and that's actually good as I look at it, what we saw for the past several hours, and this is what kind of fueled those tornadoes, is the wind at the surface was more from a southeasterly direction, and it was blowing maybe 20, 25 miles per hour. And then as you went up in height, it swung around, started to swing around to the southwest and eventually west, and picked up in speed. So directional and speed shear was one thing that was really in favor of tornadoes, even though there were a couple of things that were not in favor of tornadoes. But
Right.
I think some of these storms picked up on that energy and that directional and speed shear, and that's why they started to rotate. Plus, there's so many individual cells just causing all kinds of chaos. The wind direction in around any of these storms continue to just kind of swirl and go back and forth, and that's created that wind directional and speed shear necessary to create these little spit ups, Shelby.
Right, right. So a lot going on throughout. I mean, some of this fired off as early as what, 3 p.m. today?
Yeah,
2 or 3
Actually,
p.m.
3 days ago.
Yeah, off and on for the past several days. We've been first alert for, we started on Tuesday, and then we were first alert on Wednesday, and then we were first alert on Thursday, and then we carried that into today, and we still are. So it's storm season. That's about all I can say. It is severe weather season here in the Panhandle.
Now look here, now we're back to right near Canyon again. If you talk about, can you comment on that for 1 second? I need to send a quick note.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. Can we still go on the wall? Even we're not on, but I can still take the wall on the live stream, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay.
I think let's get in touch with Drew. We may have to go back on because that's going to be a new rotation.
Just for the live stream, but if that does get issued. So Kevin's talking about this little green
Let's
blip
go ahead and
right
go back
here,
on TV.
just north of Canyon. We are seeing a little, that does indicate some rotation once again. So I'm going to keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat, see if they are planning on issuing that tornado warning. So I'm going to grab my phone really quick and take a look at that as we prepare to go back on.
Y'all ready to go on?
Yep, just go.
Yeah,
Yep, go for it.
So potential, but it's not there, Shelby.
gotcha. Okay.
Stand by, 3, 2.
Alrighty guys, we are back to give you another update. We have been watching radar for the past few hours. We have been seeing, for the most part, the overall severe threat has been diminishing, but it is not out of the area. And this is a good example of that. We are seeing a little blip popping up just north of Canyon, right at that intersection of I-27 and Highway 60. This green spot does indicate a little bit of rotation coming back into the area. So we are watching the National Weather Service chats. We are looking to see if there are going to be any warnings issued with this particular storm. But right now we are seeing that indication of some rotation starting back up north of Canyon, again, right at that intersection of I-27 and Highway 60.
And there's a tornado warning.
And there's that tornado warning. Okay, so this has been issued for the area. The red polygon's kind of hard to see when we're in reflectivity, of course, and
I've got the text for you.
Right, it's not showing up just yet, but we do have that area of rotation. This is north of Canyon proper. It looks to be propagating to the north-northeast. It is looking to get a little more scattered, but the rotation is there, the threat is there, and it is real. So if you are in the area of Canyon, if you are in the area of Lake Tanglewood, if you are in the area and you feel unsafe at all, be sure to have that tornado plan in effect, just in case, to be sure that if something does come up, you are ready and you are prepared. So as of right now, this one once again is north of Canyon. If you are in the Lake Tanglewood area, this is looking to propagate towards your area. And as that tornado warning has been issued, that does mean that the National Weather Service has monitored that threat as well. And they are warning out for this same issue that we are looking at right here. This is in effect until 1:30 a.m. So if we look at this polygon, it does extend. It has a little bit of Canyon proper in it, and it extends. It does include Lake Tanglewood. So if you are in Lake Tanglewood, if you have family in Lake Tanglewood, friends, anyone you know, give them a call. If they are not awake, wake them up, because this is a tornado warned storm. It is propagating to the northwest towards northeast, sorry, towards Lake Tanglewood. So we are looking. Okay, so we have reports of sirens going back off in Amarillo, as the top portion of this is in the Amarillo area. This is Loop 335 for those of you that are looking in the area. So if you are in the southern portion of Amarillo, especially in this area north of 335, you are included in this tornado warning. So once again, get that emergency plan in effect. Get into those rooms, interior, inside of the small rooms. Be sure, like Kevin was talking about earlier with your tornado safety plan, get in a small interior room, stay away from the windows, and be sure to take something to cover your head and protect yourself. If you have a bike helmet or a pillow, maybe a couch cushion, get something in there with you to protect your head in the case of severe emergencies, as well as wearing some good shoes. So if there are any debris or anything that happens with these storms, be sure to be ready. So this rotation is looking right now. It's not really moving a lot, but it is showing up for sure. This green is very, it's starting to, Kevin, what would you say on that latest update right there? It's not as round as it was.
Oh, not as circular. I think what's happening is that we're seeing whatever that rotation is move now to the north-northeast. So
okay,
the
so it's
location
tracking.
I would say now is right
here.
So that's north of the football stadium, and probably right near where the construction starts. On the highway and on the east side of the highway, and it will be moving in this direction to the northeast.
Right. So Kevin was just talking about this rotation is starting to propagate to the northeast, again heading in the general direction of Lake Tanglewood as well as southeastern Amarillo. So again, be sure that you are in that tornado safe space and be prepared to go into that if this does continue to move into that area. Have we seen anything else on Weather Service chat?
Just two new things coming in. We'll show it to you in a little bit, but we've been talking about the flooding potential. So there's a new flash flood warning for portions of Randall, County, Armstrong County, and Deaf Smith County.
Okay.
There are flash flood warnings everywhere, but right
Right.
now we've got new there. And another comment from the Weather Service just coming in, heavy rainfall is continuing south of the current flash flood warnings. So, they're commenting on this one that they just issued, issuing a large flash flood warning to cover most of the area to the southern Texas Panhandle County line. Oh, so that means they're going to just issue a flash flood warning for most of the area.
For just about the entire
Yeah.
region, it
And
sounds
we'll get
like.
to that in a minute, but let's stick with the tornado warning for just a minute there.
Gotcha. So again, we are seeing that rotation just north of Canyon. This is right at that split from I-27 to Highway 60 heading into Canyon proper. As Kevin was saying earlier, we both live in Canyon, so this area looks to be just north of the Happy State Bank Stadium, and we are seeing that rotation start to propagate to the northeast. It is moving in a general direction towards Lake Tanglewood, and part of Amarillo is also included in the polygon for this tornado warning. Just to the area of Loop 335, there is a small area of that polygon that is included of Amarillo proper. So again, be prepared, be ready. Call your loved ones, check on them, and have that tornado plan ready in case this does continue to propagate into that region. So yes, it does expire at 1:30 as of right now. We're not seeing any extensions or anything at this time. Also, we have not heard any reports from the National Weather Service of confirmed tornadoes right now. We are just seeing the rotation. The threat is there. The possibility for some strong rotation indicating of a tornado is possible, but there is no confirmation of a tornado at this time. We're just seeing that preparation as we start to see a little bit of rotation. The National Weather Service is issuing that warning to help people stay weather aware, just in case that it does continue to strengthen. So lots of heavy rain, especially west of Canyon. If you are in Canyon, that rain looks like it is going to start picking up soon. Once again, lots of flash flood warnings. This originally was just west of Hereford, and it has extended all the way through Randall County and just south of Claude. So we are seeing a lot more potential for some flash flooding in the region. This does include Armstrong, Deaf Smith, Randall, and those counties are included in this flash flood warning. And we still have that severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is the orange polygon that goes north of Amarillo and includes Panhandle and Claude as well. So lots of watches and warnings issued throughout the region. This warning does expire at 1:45, so unless that is reissued, it does look to last for another 30-45 minutes or so. But we're focusing primarily on this tornado warning. This is again issued until 1:30. It does include part of Amarillo. This is Loop 335. So in the southeastern portions of Amarillo, you are included in that. Some of the area is included, but if you are anywhere in this area and it is time for you to get that tornado plan in act, just in case that you are prepared. So if something does come along, you are ready. We are again seeing most of that heavier rain to the west of I-27, but it is looking to move to the northeast. So it might be light rain in Lake Tanglewood right now, but that may pick up in the next few minutes. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things around the region. That rotation, that's a very good sign when you say, Kevin, that rotation. So as the green,
thing all of them have done, yes.
Right, as it spun up and the Weather Service was on top of it, they issued that warning to keep you guys informed and safe. But it looks like that green has started to fall off, which is a good indication that this rotation is weakening, giving it a little bit less of a chance for producing anything severe like a tornado or anything like that. So a very good sign of weakening rotation just north of Canyon. Again, this is at the intersection of I-27 and Highway 60 going into Canyon. So we're looking to see some very good signs there. That rotation was moving to the northeast, but it is looking like it is falling off a pretty good amount. That
and I've
tornado.
got some news from the chat.
Okay.
They're going to trim the western edge of that. My guess is that the area,
Probably
and
over
we'll see
here.
what happens to we're talking about the red box there, but my guess is they're going to trim the western half from near 27 to the west.
Right, since that rotation is looking to be in the 27 area, I would not be surprised to see this part of the polygon be cut down. Excuse me, just to give people a little bit better understanding of where exactly that exact threat is. So we are looking right now at seeing it past that I-27 corridor off to the east. The western portion, it does look like that rotation, it has passed through that area. So we do look to see that polygon being updated here in just a little bit. So,
And we might be able to, in a minute, look at, okay, yeah, we've got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center.
okay.
So with that rotation weakening, that gives us a chance to look at our SPC outlooks. I'm going to punch them up for you. So here is day 1. So this is indicating that the severe threat that we'd seen for the southern half of the region for the rest of the night has diminished a little bit. We saw a slight and enhanced area that's the orange and the yellow coloring there, but that has been removed from the Storm Prediction Center as of the last moment or so.
Right, right. If you've been tuning in the past several days, we've been in first alert almost all week. We have been seeing lots of slight, and we even had some enhanced areas of some severe weather potential. But as we are looking to go into early Saturday morning, right now this darker green area is just a marginal risk. So the possibility for some severe storms is still there, but it has diminished over the past several hours.
And Shelby, let me just clarify, this officially takes effect at daybreak.
Okay, gotcha. So this is starting Saturday morning. So we are looking, though, as we continue throughout Saturday night and into the early morning hours, that this one is looking to we're not looking to see a big severe threat tomorrow. We've been keeping an eye on things. Tomorrow, it just looks like a pretty rainy day across the region. Lots of good soaking rain for almost the entire Texas Panhandle. But the severe threat that we've been seeing the past several days is looking to go down.
This is the Her.
This is one of our model runs. It does show lots of, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what we're seeing right now. That heavy rain around Amarillo. Looks like good heavy rain for a majority of the region, but again, the severe threat tonight and into the early morning hours does look lower than the threat that we've been seeing for the past several days. These do look to track to the southeast and move through the region throughout the day on Saturday. This is 9 o'clock heading into lunchtime, and it does look like most of those will be moved on out of the region. We do have some other popcorn showers that do have the potential to pop up throughout the evening on Saturday, but for the most part, that big area that we are looking at is looking to be out of our area by a little bit after lunchtime on Saturday. So that severe threat is lower on Saturday than it has been the past several days. So once again, taking a look at warnings and watches around the region, we do still have that one tornado warning, including in Randall County. It does have parts of Amarillo just north of 335 that is included in that warning, as well as Lake Tanglewood. That part, the western portion of the polygon does look like it's been shortened a little bit, but that heavy rain is moving across I-27 right now. Very good sign that that rotation does look to be diminishing. So the
look at it close again. We got a new spot of green there, so that may be trying to wrap again.
Okay, so as a lot of these have been going throughout the day, they will spin up, they'll get some rotation to them, they'll die down. Sometimes they try to repropagate. So this one, this last frame does show a little spot of green returning. So I'm sure we are going to be watching that one very closely. The National Weather Service will extend that tornado warning if they do feel that that threat is going to continue to be imminent. We're keeping a good close eye on it. Again, this is moving to the northeast towards Lake Tanglewood and Amarillo, especially the southeastern portion of Amarillo. So be sure to be prepared and keep an eye on the weather. Download that First Alert weather app. It is a great tool to have. It can help us, keep you warned, keep you safe. It can tell you about heavy rain, lightning. It can give you all sorts of good warnings that can help keep you safe and weather aware and keep you prepared as you go throughout the nighttime hours. It tells you about lightning. It's a great tool to have. We are also streaming on our Facebook, on our website, newschannel10.com, as well as on our YouTube. So even when we are not on air, we are also on our social media platforms and online. We're going to continue to look into those as we see this threat continue through the region, and we're going to continue to keep you weather aware and keep you safe throughout the evening.
Thought we'd go check on that storm that went by Earth as well.
Okay.
Oops, that's further south. There we go. So that's still a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me go back to reflectivity.
So this severe thunderstorm warning is issued for parts of Castro and Lamb County. Earth is not technically in our viewing area, but it is close as we move up. Hart and Dimmitt and coming up into, this is Castro County. That is part of our viewing area. So this storm does look with that pink color inside of it. That does show to be some good sized hail. This particular thunderstorm warning did have tennis ball sized hail possible when this was issued a little bit earlier tonight. So we are watching that one as well. It is starting to propagate. It might move into the area. If you are in Hart, the rain is picking up, and it might continue to pick up over the next several, maybe 30 minutes to an hour or so. We're going to watch this storm and see if it continues to develop and strengthen, or if it weakens as it continues to move into the News Channel 10 viewing area. So once again, just lots of heavy rain between Canyon and Hereford. Dawn, Umbarger, this is propagating to the north. It's about to start raining pretty good in that area again, and it could see some possible hail as well, some straight line winds. We will see a little bit of some damage there, but again, the threat overall has diminished as we go throughout the morning hours. Seeing some heavy rain as well, just passing out of Groom. If you are in Groom, that looks like that rain is going to lighten up for you. And White Deer and Panhandle, this is looking to move into the region. So if you do hear that rain picking up in the next few minutes, as well as the possibility of some small hail, we are watching that and we are keeping an eye on that. Conway, Claude, it does look like it is moving a little bit out of your area right now. The potential for redevelopment is still there. So of course, nobody is completely in the clear, but again, that severe threat is diminishing as we go into the early morning hours.
You want to switch off, take a break?
Yeah, whatever you want to do. I know you've been on this for a lot longer than I have, so.
That's okay. Mikey, I've had a rest, but when you're ready to take a break, you
okay.
tell me. I'll continue to run the radar here.
Okay, if you want to swap back, I know you're. This is my third day. Kevin's been doing this for what?
1,000 years.
A long time. So Kevin's a lot more. He can be able to tell you a lot of things and notice some things that nothing but years and years of experience can give you. So if you're okay with it, Kevin, we can swap back off and run through things.
Yeah, let's do, because now I got the velocity product on. Now we're closer to Groom again. We see a new rotation trying to start. So let's kind of focus in on that one. Oh, you're gonna have to check that camera shot for me, please.
Sorry, I'm shorter than you.
As we've mentioned, Shelby's a little shorter than I am. And so we see I think we see a strengthening rotation in the Lake Tanglewood storm right here. So that cell is still showing its signs of rotation. That's the active tornado warning right now. So west side of Lake Tanglewood, that's approaching you. So that little rotation area there wants to keep you in your safe place for Lake Tanglewood. That again, small room, center of the house, lowest floor, something to cover up your head. Let's go east, Shelby, and talk about this one that's new, now wrapping up, pardon me, in between Conway and Groom. That's Interstate 40 right there, but you can clearly see right there, we're getting a new, well, maybe even two of them. We'll see which one wins out. But right on the highway, that's probably a new rotation there. In fact, it is. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. That's right near Lark there, as you can see. Severe thunderstorm warning right now, but we'll see if the Weather Service picks up on that and wants to issue a tornado warning. But let's say if you are west of Groom a couple of miles, east of Conway a couple of miles, anywhere along and just on the north side of Interstate 40, that rotation looks like it's wanting to strengthen a little bit. We may yet see a tornado warning for that. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning is there right now at 1:45. We're currently at 1:18. We're at News Channel 10. Kevin Selly and Shelby Vogel keeping you informed and posted on the tornado warnings. The rest of the night, at least the next couple of hours, while the overall tornado threat, and this sounds silly to say, has diminished a little bit, these little pop-up quick spinning tornadoes are still going to be possible, I think, unfortunately, for a couple of more hours. The only tornado warning currently in effect, though, is in between Amarillo and Canyon, and that Lake Tanglewood area. I think that rotation area is going to be right there. So once again, Lake Tanglewood, you got the best chance for some rotation there. Right behind that, there's another band of heavy rain and possibly some hail. So that's going to pick up, make a noise on the roof as well, and keep everybody awake there. But in and around Lake Tanglewood, if you are not in your safe place, or if you know somebody there that may not be watching TV, let's go ahead and call them on the phone, wake them up. They can turn on the TV, they can catch our streaming platforms. Anybody can obviously download our app. You can look at the radar there and get continuous information on the warnings as they are updated. Let's go further south, just west of Happy. I want to do some analysis on this because it's some heavy rain, and I'll tell you why in just a second.
We're going right here,
yeah,
Hereford?
let's drill down, come a little bit further to the east and a little bit further north. I'm going to see the southern end of that if I can, please. That's inside of a warning area. Okay, so get your bearings here. This is Happy. This is canyon under some heavy rain. There could be some periods of hail right there. This is more heavy rain and hail yet to come. You can see that moving eastward toward the 27 corridor. Now, if you would, Shelby, let's look and do some analysis on the velocity product. One of the things that tornadoes in classic situations are looking for is moisture and uninterrupted flow of moisture coming into the storm. So I wanted to see on this. I don't see on the leading edge of it any rotation. Back here south of Dawn, that's not a tornado, but it's something that we do certainly want to watch and keep an eye on. So we'll keep that in mind. It's out in open country getting to the southwestern portion of Randall County right now. Ahead of it, some very, very strong gusty winds, and so we'll keep an eye on that. But we're just doing analysis on the fly here, kind of keep you posted and see if we can get ahead of these things and sort of talk about them in advance of them doing something. So with that same velocity product, let's go back to Lake Tanglewood.
We do have a new tornado warning, Kevin.
Okay, coming for where?
This one is west of Groom along I-40. Groom is included in the warning.
That's the one we just looked at. Okay,
Yep.
very good.
Let's see.
So yet another tornado warning, if you can believe it, coming. It hasn't, oh, there it is, right there. Okay, let's take the, yeah, there you go. Now let's get our bearings on it. So Groom is included, and then a couple miles west of Groom, you're included in that polygon as well, and then it comes to the county border. So at this point, it's only Carson County. Several miles north of Groom, just a mile or two or three south of Interstate 40. If we can put the the velocity product back on, we'll get an idea exactly where that is. But Groom, you are in a tornado warning right now. This is it, and you remember we speculated a minute ago if there could be two circulations. We'll see if they both hold together, or if one of them wins. This one clearly peaked, so I'm sure that's, let's pause it and go back one frame. I'm sure that's why the Weather Service issued that tornado warning for that one. And there's a good comment to think about. Locations on this, the radar takes a minute or two to sweep around, and the product has to be delivered through the computers and so on and so forth. So the picture that you're looking at has already happened. So what you have to do is sort of project in your mind, okay, which direction is it going and where is it? So go back one frame and let's see if we can figure out where they picked up on this. That's it right there. That's why they issued the warning. Now there may be another, that's a mile or two north of the highway, maybe another tornado rotation trying to form there. If history is any guide, which it should be for tonight, what they'll do is maybe exist for 5 or less than 10 minutes, and then they sort of spin themselves out. Warnings are typically issued for usually not less than 20 minutes, and then sometimes closer to 30 minutes on average, and they do that for several reasons, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that thing is going to be a threat for the entire warning time. So what was the end time on that new warning? Do we know?
The end time on the new warning is, let's see, 1:45.
1:45. So that's my point there. We're going to watch that one spin. It's right along the highway. There are obviously people, especially truckers overnight. Okay, there's the new image came in. That one has spiked as well. These are only just lasting a minute or two. So good news for Groom. I think that it is unlikely that a tornado would come to you, but go ahead and go to your safe place, or be ready, I'm sorry, to go to your safe place. Think in advance where that is so you're not rushing around at the last minute. Small room toward the center of the house, first floor of the building, something to cover up your head. But the good news is that rotation has diminished very, very rapidly. And so, pardon me, I think that we're not going to have too much of a problem in Groom from that. There'll still be some strong gusty winds, certainly. Maybe go back and check on the other one then, please, Shelby, if we can. Andy, I would love some more water, please. We've been talking continuously for 3 days. Okay, the other one was back in Lake Tanglewood, so our canyon, or Lake Tanglewood Canyon, just north of Canyon warning right there. Let's do a velocity check on that one and see what the trend is. My guess is that that one's weakened as well. Let's go ahead and loop it if we can. I think it has weakened a little bit. It is east of 27, so that's good news there. But in and around Lake Tanglewood, you still want to be ready to go very, very quickly to your safe place. This is not going to be a super strong tornado, so I don't think it's going to do a lot of damage where it would get inside of the house, but we can get some trees come down, maybe the wind gets up under the eaves or something like that, and maybe does lifting of some shingles or something like that. But I want for you to be ready in and around Lake Tanglewood to go quickly to your safe space for the moment that you feel threatened. I'm not convinced that there's a tornado on the ground right now, but I'm also not convinced that it's not trying to spin up again. The strong winds ahead of it are weakening a little bit, but the look of it on the velocity product suggests, yeah, maybe this one is going to continue to maybe try. Maybe if we could pop off that the velocity product and see the box. Isn't that the one they were going to trim as well, the polygon? If we take the velocity product off, maybe we'll get a sense of that. But it is looking better, and what I mean by better is less favorable before a tornado at this particular moment in time. Can we take the velocity product off, Shelby?
Take velocity.
Yeah, let's just look at the polygon. Yeah, you can turn, okay, there it is. So the rotation, whatever is left, is clearly east of 27. So if you're west of 27, you're fine. Again, we're talking about Lake Tanglewood. I don't even think that's going to reach toward 335. So if you're south of 335, the loop, if you're just a couple miles south, I think you're going to be okay as well. But that one's in effect until 1:30, so there's just about 4 minutes left on that one. So we'll see if the Weather Service wants to let that expire. My guess is that they will. And then the other one toward Groom, I think that one's probably going to be canceled. That was going to go on much, much longer. Okay, how about the reflectivity product back on? And we'll zoom out and get a better idea of what's happening across the entire region. Yeah, let's check on our storm that came through Earth. We might as well do that since that's going to start taking aim maybe on Tulia, but it's still a ways off. In Hart, your rain has a pretty good potential to pick up in the next, say, 5 to 10 to 15 minutes. There's still an inflow notch on that. It's not suggesting a tornado, but there's an inflow notch. There's a little bit of a hook. That's going to go, the heaviest part of that's going to go right across 70 to the west of Olton. It is now moving east of Earth, so you're in the clear from that hail potential, and the hail is right there on the intersection of 70 and 335. So again, in Hart, that's still probably a good 15 miles or more to your southwest, but it is crawling its way onto the northeast. So Hart and the 190, is that Highway 194 corridor, you're going to pick up some hail. I think the size on that is easily golf ball size hail. So the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning, is for parts of Castro and Lamb County. I would not be surprised at all to see Castro County be extended on the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to take a drink. Yes, ma'am?
We did get this from a coworker from someone with the Amarillo Fire Department. It's just a video that they sent in.
I can't, we're kind of looking at, I'm wondering if that's a shadow or is it a funnel? I can't tell.
Right. This was sent in from 2219, which was the area where that rotation was.
No, that would verify. Yeah, so that was earlier near Canyon, and that could certainly be that very quick, well, from the lightning. Yeah,
Right.
That's right. It looks, I can't tell if it's blocking the light or if it's just a shadow being created by that light behind it, but it is pretty interesting.
Right. This does
And
check out with that rotation earlier today.
Passed. That is done for
Also,
right now.
some more damage, Madison Park and Canyon.
Okay.
Just more pictures of damage to roofs and
So we're getting some verification of the things that we have been tracking for a good portion of the day. We've got just a little less than 2 minutes left on the tornado warning for Randall County that is near Lake Tanglewood. That rotation did certainly try and weaken, and we'll go back and check on Groom in just a minute. But since we're just a little over a minute from that one, Shelby, why don't we go back to the Randall County tornado warning, look at it both on reflectivity and velocity, and see if we think that the Weather Service is going to let that expire. My guess, as I mentioned, is that they will, unless there's been some change. Now, the heavy rain is going to pick up in Tanglewood, Lake Tanglewood, and there'll be a little bit of small to, when I say small, I say some dime size or even maybe some nickel size hailstones at least coming toward you in Lake Tanglewood. That's approaching from the west. So give that rain another 5 minutes or so to pick up, and then within 10 minutes you're going to get that hail core coming through. How about the velocity product, if we can, and we'll see if we're going to lose this tornado warning or not. Let's go ahead and loop it. It's still wanting to try, but it is not showing a very clear sign of rotation. And that sort of brighter kind of, I don't know what you call that sort of brighter tannish color. You see that kind of diminishing there. That's an indication that those wind speeds are weakening there, which is good news. Nothing in the chat, I guess, on the status of, has the box popped off? Have they let it expire?
Let me see, I'm looking. So yes, tornado warning for northeastern Randall County has expired. It will expire at 1:30 and they are allowing that to do so.
Okay, very good. So that was approaching Lake Tanglewood. So that's good news for Lake Tanglewood in that the tornado warning is being allowed to expire. Let's then check on our Groom storm and see, which is still under tornado warning. And that one, okay, remember we had 2 rotations there? The southern one has weakened. And then, so that's good news for Groom. Let me step in and talk about what we're doing here. We had a rotation there that was probably the reason for the tornado warning being issued, but that has clearly weakened. So that's just, maybe do a distance on that one for me, Shelby. That's what, 2 or 3 miles west of Groom, and the little bump in the highway there near the big cross, right? So we're 3-4 miles west of Groom, but the good news is that rotation has weakened. The less good news, or the bad news, is the new one is trying to take over, and that's north of 40, which I think is pretty much out in open country. There could be a few outbuildings or maybe a couple of farmhouses there, but if you loop that, let's see what the pattern on that is, what it's wanting to do. Was that warning until 145, perhaps? I think they're going to let that one persist, given that we're seeing clearly some rotation, but not a tight rotation. Or
Yes,
a low
145.
level rotation. So 145 in Carson County, but that is, you can kind of see, we get close down, you can sort of see that this is a lot of fields, right? So that's the border, eastern border of Carson County. So that one's kind of spinning in a field at this moment. But we'll stick with it here on TV for a couple of more minutes to see what the trend is, but that doesn't seem to be threatening any populated areas. How about some reflectivity? And we'll check on Amarillo. We're getting some brief, moderate periods of heavy rain here at the television station. We hear some thunder, but obviously that's the most populated area, so maybe we'll do a little reflectivity analysis in and around Amarillo, just to give people peace of mind that there's nothing bad developing and that we're paying attention. So once Shelby gets a chance to go to the reflectivity product, there it is. That's the rainfall intensity. And let's just look around Amarillo. Yeah, they may let that go, or they may continue that warning near Groom. But let's do reflectivity, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Just to get an idea where the heaviest rain is. It's not around Amarillo. It's moderate rain on the southern portion of the loop right here. That's again 27 and 335. Heavy rain obviously coming through Canyon, but that is propagating eastward. So that's going to get near Paladuro Canyon. So there's a couple of housing developments east of Canyon on the road to east of Canyon on the road to the canyon. That rain's going to pick up, and there's probably some hail in there as well. And then maybe we'll focus in a little closer on Happy. From Happy northward, you're about to get another round of some heavy rain and some hail. I'm a little concerned about, this is a pretty broad inflow notch, so it's not going to be rotating, but right in here, just to the west, northwest of Happy, and we see the wind picking up, the wind core. You can go ahead and loop that, and I'll kind of figure, we're doing analysis on the fly once again, but north of Happy, we're going to keep an eye on that as that little wind core moves toward 27. So that's a couple miles north of Happy, but we want to keep tabs on that. If you're in Happy, just be listening, pay attention. If you feel threatened, go ahead and get ready and go to your safe place. That should stay south of Canyon, but it will move toward the canyon, which begins there on the roadway out of Canyon. Too many canyons in that sentence. So we'll continue watching that. That's not a tornado warning at this point. Chat commenting on our Groom storm, perhaps, Shelby?
There was that new flash flood warning that
Okay.
was issued for Gray and Carson,
Okay.
but that is the only new update that we've got so far.
Okay. I think maybe what we're going to do is go off of TV here in a minute or two, unless there's some, in the next minute or so, some news on the Groom storm. But since that rotation is north of the highway, out over open country in Carson County, even though there's a tornado warning, and it will still show on the bug on the top of your screen when we go back to programming there, know that that rotation is out over open country, not threatening any populated areas.
The
and that's
Weather
the only
Service-
tornado warning at this moment. Yes, ma'am.
The Weather Service has reduced the size of the polygon.
Okay.
So the warning area is smaller, but they did leave Groom in. So
Yeah, there it
it's,
is right there. That's the rotation signature right there. So it's going to be north of Groom. You can loop that if you would. We'll see what the trend is. Yeah, see that's getting out away from the circulation center. And that latest image shows some weakening as well. So we're going to go off TV. the potential for these little quick spin-ups continue. We're going to continue on our stream, again, the website and the app. If you want to download that, that's great. That gives you warnings too. It can locate you and just warn for your area. And also YouTube and Facebook will continue streaming there. It'll be a little bit more weather geeky and a little bit more relaxed, and we'll keep an eye on that tornado warned circulation near and north of Groom. But the potential for these heavy raining thunderstorms is going to continue. And one more other brief point. This has been round 2. Late afternoon and the evening was round 1. I think this is the evidence of round 3, that we keep the rain chance going for the overnight period, which is going to exacerbate the flooding potential through the after midnight period. Well, we're after midnight now, on toward daybreak tomorrow morning, when the threat of heavier rain will eventually shift on to the south. So Kevin Selly, Shelby Vogel, Andy Stone's here with us. Well, Stone, yeah, right?
Andy Robinson?
Robinson. Why did I say Stone? I think I used to know an Andy Stone. Anyway, Drew is in master control, and we thank him for getting us on TV as well. So everybody continuing with you. I want to thank everybody as well. We'll come back on TV if we get a new tornado warning issued or the one north of Groom strengthens. We'll continue on the stream. Thanks for staying up late with us here at News Channel 10. Where did I get Stone?
Yeah, I liked it.
I've been
That should be your new name.
I've been talking for 3 days. Did I mention that part?
Sure, that's your new name. We're gonna start calling you that here at work.
Okay.
You're not the first.
Oh, yeah.
Renamed
Yeah,
like
yeah. What did you call Drew that one day on the email?
Neil.
Neil.
Oh, Neil, that's right. Yeah. I have names, Alzheimer's.
He had to come in here for that. Yeah, just because, I
Came in to yell at me.
I don't
Okay.
know why that is not one.
That is lost as well. If Kyle's still up and he wants to jump in and figure that out. That
I mean,
would be
we've got
helpful, but
the
we've got
wall
that. We can
here
stay,
at least.
yeah.
I was looking to see Max 1 with Cam. There we go.
There it
And
is.
there's that QR code for the app as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
Okay, so continuing on the stream, there is technically one tornado warning left. It is north of Groom and north of Interstate 40. We think that that rotation has weakened a good bit and therefore not a threat to any populated areas. It's kind of spinning around in the fields there in that particular location. So, flood warnings or flood watches continue over a broad area. This is going to persist into the early morning hours, as we've been saying, all through the evening, but even on toward and past daybreak. Water will continue to run off, and the remnants of that, especially in the rural roads where we have the flat farmland, that water comes down pretty hard and piles up, and even though it's flat, it's got to go somewhere. So it's going to find the low spot and go across some roadways. I speak from not direct experience, but observational experience, how difficult that mud can be. It may be thicker and denser than you think, and it is certainly slipperier than you think. And I've seen a number of cars go off the roadway in that kind of a situation, which is unique to the Panhandle and the farmlands around there. Many of the lakes are going to fill up. We're going to get a rise in Lake Meredith because we've had a lot of heavy rain in the Canadian River Valley as we've gone on through the past couple of days. Oh, they're west of Plainview, Shelby. I think we have a new tornado warning down there that gives us a chance to talk about something different in some other area.
Oh, that's on that same Earth storm.
Yes, but now, see, we talked about a notch in it a few minutes ago, right? And looked at that, that velocity signature. So there it is. It's right on the highway. It's right just south. It's east of Earth, right at the intersection of 70 and 385. So again, out of our area, it's west of Olton. It is east of Earth, but it is moving to the northeast. And so eventually, and it's still a long way off, that's going to get closer to Hart and the 195 corridor. But right now, that's the Lubbock Weather Service's area of interest and warning consideration. Yeah, there's some rotation there. That's probably, actually, no, that's the right product. So I'm wondering, go closer to Lubbock and see if it'll switch over to the Lubbock radar.
Whoops, that's
Or
the...
maybe we're on that.
That's the pin.
Yeah.
see.
Does it switch over? Did it switch over?
There it goes.
There it goes. Yeah, but when
Oh.
you come back up, that's fine.
Yeah, it's gonna switch
You
back.
can select them, but that's out of our area. But that, I mean, what we're talking about there west of Olton, at that point we're looking at the radar from Amarillo, and the beam, the further you get away from the radar site, is higher in elevation, and so it's shooting up into the storm. But that brief moment where we were able to switch over to the Lubbock radar showed a lower portion of the storm, and the velocity signature really increased pretty quickly, or pretty highly. So I think there's probably a pretty good confidence in the storm there that it is on the ground. Okay, that was an interesting little core that went north of Canyon to Lake Tanglewood too, wasn't it?
That severe thunderstorm warning has been expired.
Great. So that's, we haven't, no,
Looks
we
like
still
it's
have one.
still
Yeah.
on the map right now, but the severe
The
thunderstorm
big
warning for Randall, Carson, and Potter. So this one right here.
That's pretty interesting. That's good news. But we still have heavy rain in between Canyon and Happy, so keep that in mind. That red polygon, the tornado warning, goes for another 5 minutes. Maybe we'll go ahead and check on that one if you can with the velocity product.
The tornado warning?
Yeah, just to see. It wasn't gone, but it was weakening. Let's loop it and see what we got. We're still north of Groom, so that's not a problem.
Sorry, I'm turning the speed down so
Yep,
it doesn't
that's fine.
shoot it across for you again.
Okay, clearly weakening, but there's another one right on the north edge of that. Go north a little bit. So we'll have to watch that one. It's not a tornado, but it's heading for 70 south of White Deer, maybe pan a little bit further north where 70 meets 60. Yeah, so that's going to be south of Pampa, but we'll watch that one. It would stay south of Pampa as well if something develops with that thing. I don't see that right now, but I do see some potential there. And then another thing to watch, see there southwest of LaFours, there's a little dark spot there, a little darkening of the green. And that, I think, is unfortunately what we're in for the next couple of hours, Shelby, is these little quick spin-ups that may or may not turn into something. Again, I mentioned a few minutes ago, the good news about those is they don't become these big monster storms with winds over 100 miles per hour. They just come up quickly. They maybe do a little damage. They'll throw a couple of things around. But again, they're not the big destructive type tornadoes and really don't have any potential to be. So a couple more minutes on the tornado warning there that's there at Groom. And then we'll just sit and watch to see if there are any more. They've been kind of teasing us for most of the night. We can say, okay, yeah, this is probably weakened and most likely weakened, and then we get to 5 minutes or so from the end of the warning time, and then a new one pops up and another warning oftentimes will be issued. We should probably give a shout out to our friends at the National Weather Service as well, because they are doing all of the work that is providing these tornado warnings, and they, having gone through some of that training and some of that process, they do amazing work down there, and their software is amazing, and their knowledge of it and their use of it is not only amazing, but it's very, very complicated. So the way they get these warnings on the air is quite something.
Do you need a new battery?
I might need a new battery. Thank you for asking.
I bet if I do, you do.
I don't even know where my mic pack is anymore. Yeah, I'll take one. Okay, I'm gonna go off for a minute.
I'm gonna get him a new battery so we don't run out of juice while we're on our stream here for you guys.
Yeah, I really don't think I see anything that suggests a tornado right now, so we'll just be a little more casual. We'll let the radar run, and I'm going to be completely honest here. At 1:43 in the morning, we're tired. So if something spins back up, we'll let you know. Otherwise, we're probably just going to give, well, go back in there. There's that latest image. There it is. It's going to try and wrap again, and that will go over into the next county. Yeah, we'll see what they do with that one. Let me check on the chat and see.
I did say to Dave once, I told him a couple of weeks, probably a couple of months ago, that the Texas Panhandle is a meteorologist playground, and I do think that this does exemplify that if you want to learn and experience all kinds of weather, the Texas Panhandle is the place to do it. I think I've already worked 45 or I've worked a lot just the past 3 days, just covering so much that's been going on throughout the Panhandle.
Well, here's something a little different to talk about, and we'll acknowledge our friend Steve Kirsch at Pantex. He brought up a river gauge plot for the Canadian River, and our friends at the Weather Service commenting on that as well. But the Canadian River Valley has gotten a lot of water. And Steve observes that the level of the river has risen a great deal. Obviously, that's heading toward Lake Meredith. But our friends at the Weather Service make the observation that we're getting, or they're expecting that the flood gauge just north of Amarillo will stay below, will stay below flood stage. It's about 2 to 3 inches of rain that fell along the Canadian River upstream of that gauge, but it is expected to get close to flood stage. I guess that's north of Amarillo, probably at the highway there. So something just to keep in mind, that the Canadian River is going to be running pretty fast and pretty high as we go on through the overnight period and again through the day coming up tomorrow.
I did. I just texted my husband and I said I'm running on pure adrenaline right now.
That's
just the
exactly
rush
right.
of keeping you guys safe and informed is what is keeping me going right now.
That's exactly right. Why don't we stay? Do we pass 145? Yeah.
We're at it right now.
Okay.
Let's
Take
see.
take the velocity product off for a second, and see if the polygon has gone away. Which it maybe, yeah,
Looks like it did.
So that warning has been allowed to expire for groom. So even though you were not under threatened groom, you're no longer on the tornado warning. Let's put the velocity back on, please, and then widen out and see if we can see any other suspicious things that might cause us problems. I'm gonna loop that. We might need to look near Claude. Okay, that was just a brief moment. I don't see that developing right now, but I'm not
That one near Lake
100%.
Tanglewood is looking
Well,
better and
let's
better.
go to, yeah, perhaps over the can. Let's go to Claude for a minute, because that's right on the highway in a populated area. So right there, we're getting some green and red, some potential rotation. That's right on 287. So southeast of Claude, and then northwest of Goodnight. So you're largely out in open country there, but right along the highway, there are some places that we'll keep an eye on that, but that could be our next rotation signature. We'll watch that. Okay, back to where you were saying Lake Tanglewood. We've got certainly some strong straight line winds.
Yes, that rotation we were looking at earlier is looking weaker and weaker, which is of course a good sign.
Yes, and you have to take us with a grain of salt sometimes when we say better. What we want to mean is...
It's a relative term.
Well, it's, yeah, relative to us. If we say better, meaning that it is better for strengthening or less threatening to you. And we'll try and make those distinctions when we use those kinds of terms, because we are interested in this stuff, obviously. Looks like on the east and southeast side of Canyon, we're getting a little downbursty wind there. As you see, the colors brightening there. So there's some neighborhoods there just to the southeast of Canyon. And then west of the highway, so some strong gusty winds there. And right at Paladuro Canyon, or the northern portion of Paladuro Canyon, got some strong winds there as well. Maybe we'll just do a little tour on the reflectivity, broaden out and see if we see anything that we are interested in looking at. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Stay with the velocity if you would. I'm gonna keep an eye on that thing near Claude, because again, that's more populated highway area where there would be some people that would be affected. What do you think, Shelby? I don't see anything rotating right now.
No, I'm looking at the National Weather Service chat. Only new thing is the area forecast discussion has been issued, but no
very
other,
good.
no other actual specific, warnings or anything like that. That severe thunderstorm warning did expire at 1:45, and then again, you talked about the levels of the Canadian rising due to all of this rain. The Panhandle has needed the moisture, so it's a great blessing to see that. It is expected to stop, like you were talking about, short of flood stage, so that is a very good sign. There is such thing as too much moisture sometimes. I feel like if it falls falls too fast and too too suddenly, but I know that a lot of the farmers around the region are probably loving to see a lot of this moisture for crops and for different
Yes.
things like that. So I do think that we will be above our normal annual rain totals now. We've been getting closer, but I bet we will break that out of the park for the next few days.
Yes, all of our
So.
gauges got something here for the rain gauge showdown.
Right.
Tell you what we're going to do, Shelby. I have switched over to the radar product, the velocity. In fact, if you want to go back to reflectivity, that's fine. We're going to leave this on and mute our microphones for a little bit. That'll give us a chance to do some analysis and take a little break. But there are no active warnings right now, I believe, other than the flood warnings. And so I think what we'll do is leave the radar up and leave the stream going if you want to watch it. You can see radar on our app too. But we're going to give ourselves a chance to take a little vocal break and do some analysis and mute the mics so the stream will stay on, and we appreciate you staying with us here at News Channel 10. And of course, if anything spins back up, we'll start this, we'll get talking on the stream again, and of course go back on TV. So thanks for staying with us. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Hey, it
Okay.
should be on now. Should be
Alrighty, guys. Sorry, we had to take a little break there. We're about to go back on TV.
I'm going to have you be on max.
Okay.
All right.
No.
Ready?
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's do this.
Hey, good evening for you night owls. It's 2:15, actually 2:16 in the morning. Most of the Panhandle, our viewing area, is pretty quiet. Well, relatively speaking. We still have some heavy downpours. We still got some hail. We don't have any tornado warnings currently, but I want to bring your attention particularly to one storm that is getting into the southern portion of our area. That's come through Earth and is southwest of Tulia. So Shelby's going to drill down on that one. There is a tornado warning currently on that. It's for Castro and Lamb counties. In our area, that includes Castro County. But the heavy part of this storm, two parts. That's the hail. That's the rotation that prompted, and it's been fairly significant looking on radar, but this is the notch and then the rotation area right there that is lifting into Castro County. And I wanted to get on TV to anybody that might be watching and hearing the thunder start to rumble and curious in and around Hart, and that's going to be the 194, Highway 194 corridor. The bulk of this will go near and just west of Hart and then right over the highway. So if we can, Shelby, let's look at the velocity product there.
There's that.
Well, we can do that. That's the polygon right there. So again, from just southeast of Hart and then northwest of Hart, the likely track is right here. But again, that's getting into Castro County. After that, it would be Nazareth that would be in line for that storm. So it is tornado warned, but that's obviously out in open country at this point, so we're not going to stay on TV for it. We do have some streaming that we're continuing, and then we'll kind of come and go on that. But that's the rotation just coming across the county line right now, so Lamb County will be cleared from that warning in just a minute or two. The reason we wanted to get on that, to mention this one, is that is in what we call sort of untapped air. It's fresh, humid, fairly stable air. There have been some storms in that area, but unlike the rest of the region, which has had heavy, heavy rain, which is a stabilizing effect, this is going to be moving through parts of Castro County that didn't have as much rain. So there's plenty of fuel, moisture-rich air that can be fuel for that thunderstorm and probably sustain it. So again, the bulk of that rotation should very easily, I think, stay west of Hart. Just wanted to bring it to your attention and also make the point that it will continue northward across the southern portions of our area and may cause some problems a little later on. So just wanted to give you that update, mention our stream that's going on the website and Facebook and YouTube and on the app. You can download the News Channel 10 weather app and get all this information as well. But if you have those, you can set your warnings, and if this storm continues and causes some problems for some more populated areas, we'll be able to tell you about that, and you'll be able to know about it as well. So a quick update there. Thanks for staying with us at News Channel 10. We'll be back when needed. Thank you. And a reminder on the radars, when you get around the edges, go back to that Hart storm, just keep in your head, because sometimes when you get to the edge of the range, it'll
it changes colors.
So, but you see how you can kind of tell that that's beams
Round.
coming from that way. Because if you went to Lubbock,
Yeah,
it'd be
kind
more
of
like
in that.
Yeah, and that was turned off. But you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, that.
It's just something to keep in mind, because sometimes you'll get on the edge of one and something will change and you go, what happened?
Right. Paducah's the
And
exact
that might
same
be
way.
it.
Because
Yeah,
we're
if you
right
go
on
to
the edge
yeah,
of.
if you go east, you hit the
Yep.
Frederick one, so you just know that it's picked up.
Yep.
Because like even the color table could change, and you go, huh?
Yeah. Is that a straight line? Some straight line winds?
Yep. Now that was
Outflow.
good to watch that little dark area. I think it's okay. Those seem to be oftentimes a precursor. When you saw that dark notch, that little weakened area,
I wondered if
it's
the
actually
canyon
lesser
had anything.
velocity. Huh?
Does the canyon have any effect on it since it's?
I'm sure it probably does.
I know that's a big divot in
Yeah,
land around
big
here.
1,000-foot drop or whatever.
Right,
so that
right.
certainly
Very
will affect the
large
flow.
change in elevation.
Yeah, and then you look, see here, there's something, you want to keep, those are all the ones. The storms, the blessing of the storms is they usually don't do things like that. It's giving you some signal
Like that.
that lets you say, yeah.
Just little blips.
That lets you
here
say,
and there.
okay, let's watch that. But this is, have you done mesoscale convective vortex yet? Put the reflectivity on. See the spin there?
You said between, was it?
It was right here. Just run it. No, go back out. It's a bigger scale.
Oh.
It's not a
Oh, yeah.
mesocyclone, but it's.
I see what
but
you're talking
you
about.
can see it on the velocity.
Right.
Those are fun to watch.
There's a thunderstorm warning near
Um,
just past
oh,
Turkey,
Yeah, see, these all have a chance.
tracking towards Memphis, Esteline.
Yeah, there's a new core there. Let's see the velocity. And then there was one near Hereford, too. See, that's all untapped air. Yep. See what I'm saying at Turkey?
You can do it very slow.
Yeah, you have to do a save.
Oh, yep.
Yep. Ooh,
Right there.
boom. Just lasted a minute.
Like a lot of these have.
Yeah. Well, because there's so much disruption, right?
All right,
That's the variable in the chaos, is that, you know, a supercell all by itself doesn't have anything to compete with, and there's nothing interrupting it. There's nothing interrupting the inflow.
Yep.
But this is just wind here, wind there, wind back, wind forth, and it can't maintain. I think there was another one west of Hereford. Yep. See it?
It's changing colors. Is it because we're getting close to Clovis?
Close to the cannon. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it takes a minute for new images to load.
They're tired too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it does. I've only seen that on my profile, and I don't know why it would be any different. But it's populating. Zoom out a little bit. It's populating, and Canon was down for a minute too.
Right, because see the colors are changing now.
Yeah, if you zoom out and go ease, right, now you're back on Amarillo. So now you can drill back down until it changes. But you see it there, bootleg. That one.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And the other thing I like to do when you get in here, see up on the top, it's last hour.
Right. I changed it to, every time we were looking at rotation, I'd change it to 15 or 30 minutes.
Yes, because it's just, this is my opinion. I have no research to back this up. But if you show a 3-hour loop, especially when you're close and you're running it too fast, people just can't process it.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got, and even in 30 minutes, you're going to have 5 or 6 images, which gives you the opportunity to show them the direction, but it's not going to disappear. Because if it disappears and then shows up, it's like, what just happened here? Why am I having to deal with this?
Right.
Oh, did we look at that one south of Pampa? Is that the MCV we were looking at a minute ago? Yeah. See there? Look at that. Man, it is boundary fest out there. I haven't looked at the chat in a while. Nothing. And that southern row, that's Lubbock. So you're not going to get anything in the Amarillo chat,
Right.
obviously, from Lubbock.
Yeah.
That out of the way. I'm going to mute the mics again.
All right, y'all. So here, as we're going throughout, of course, this overnight period, we're staying up with you guys. We're wanting to let you know what's going on. We have a new tornado warning that's now pushing into the region. This one now for Castro County. This one looks to be just straight to the southeast, or southwest rather, of Hart right now. This one is probably one of our more pronounced tornadic supercells that we've seen. Of course, you've been following along with Kevin, Shelby. Of course, they're great coverage. Been seeing some brief spin-ups with a lot of our tornado warnings that we've seen so far this morning. But what we're seeing out there right now, this particular storm in Hart, as you can see, that one has more of that kind of typical tornadic supercellular look that we see with these type storms. This is currently radar indicated. It's currently moving north at 5 miles an hour. Obviously, right there, based on that track from where it is at right now, if we take that core of that storm and then stretch it to the northeast about 5 miles here, so we're going to put that exact out to get you some specific timing. So obviously, the next thing that's going to be getting here in the next couple of miles will be their Highway 194. So far, the current track of it may have it just kind of right on the northwest side of Hart there in Castro County here as of right now. So what we're going to do here is we're going to switch over to our satellite and radar. We're going to switch over to our velocity here. Okay, so as you can see, there is some pretty stout rotation in that. I'm going to see if I can actually switch over to our Lubbock radar. There we go. So there is that pocket of rotation in it right now. Latest from the National Weather Service in Lubbock right now. They are saying if there is a tornado, there's not a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, but if you are in Hart, this is that time to be enacting that safety plan. This is that time to be taking shelter, be acting as if there is a tornado on the ground, because there absolutely could be. So as we're going into southeastern there, Castro County, right now, they're saying if there is a tornado on the ground, as you can see, based on that hook echo that we see on reflectivity there, they're saying it's just a few miles east of Highway 385 right now. So they're saying this is obviously one of our more potent tornadic storms of the overnight period so far. Like I said, we've seen brief spin-ups, we've seen damage in canyons. So of course, we want you to take every tornado warning seriously, absolutely. But right now, this particular one has that typical hook echo. It has that inflow notch that you see with these types of storms. So what we're going to do now, I want to keep you guys in the know of every detail possible here with this particular storm. We're going to go ahead and measure out from where that tornado would be. Right now, it is looking to be about 7 miles straight southwest, kind of almost more just straight westerly of Hart right now. Current National Weather Service indications do show it moving on more of a northeasterly track. You can kind of follow that right there on that animation loop. So this is our newest tornado warning here in the Texas Panhandle region. This is currently moving into southern Castro County as of right now. Still radar indicated, but like I said, as opposed to what we've seen for this morning so far, is the fact that this is more of a tornadic supercellular storm. So this one has more of a potential to be more of, not necessarily a long track storm, but this is one that could possibly be a little more destructive. Of course, one that could be on the ground for a little bit longer, not one of those brief spin-ups that we've seen here around the Amarillo metro area so far for today. So like I said, all things that we're keeping a very close eye on here currently. So we're keeping an eye on that. That's currently tracking to the northeast at about 5 miles an hour. Like I said, if you're in the Hart area, if you know people who live around the community of Hart there, of course, that's just a few miles east of 385. Going to be closing in on 194 here pretty soon. Of course, if you have friends in that area, this is that time. Call them, wake them up, get them out of bed, let them know that this is a situation they need to be taking shelter. Of course, innermost part of your house. Things like pillows. If you have a baseball, football helmet, put that kind of thing on. Have flashlights on hand if you can. You've heard Kevin and Shelby giving those safety tips all morning long to have, of course, things like good shoes on. You want to be well protected. Of course, should any damage occur, we want you to be ready for anything that can happen. So we want you to be prepared in this kind of situation. You'll also notice one of the big things that we do see on this storm as well, aside from that pronounced hook echo, is a pretty pronounced hail core as well. So I'm going to get the latest information on that hail core right now, because not only is it a tornadic storm, it is also a pretty large hail storm as well. So right now, as you can see, we're going to pull up some stats on this just to make sure we have the latest on the warning information with this particular storm here. Right now, radar indicated right there. Currently, like I said, National Weather Service says 7 miles southwest of Hart, moving north at 5 miles an hour. Golf ball sized hail anticipated with this storm. So like I said, of course, don't want you to be out in this kind of thing. So even if you're not seeing the tornado necessarily, golf ball sized hail could certainly be causing lots of issues. So we're going to stay on air with this one for a little while. Right now it is currently, let's see here, make sure we have the latest on the information on the timing of this. Right now, currently, based on current timing, it's going to expire in 7 minutes, but based on our current, what we're seeing out there, would fully anticipate that this is going to be something that is going to continue on through Castro County. Right now, the tornado warning does not extend up to places like Nazareth, but it's one of those things, if you are in the Nazareth area and you are watching this, I would certainly prepare for the possibility of it to head that direction. Of course, there is the possibility and, of course, the hope that it will diminish and it will, of course, dissipate by then. So we are going to monitor for that, of course, and we will let you know if that does happen. Current radar returns, I'm going to check our velocities from around the region here. Make sure we know exactly how the storm is looking from the inside right now. Pretty pronounced hook echo. Pretty pronounced velocities as well. Yeah, there's that new tornado warning that just got issued. So you see that second polygon that's popped up right there. Still south of Nazareth. That's the good news. It's south of Nazareth right now. And as you'll see right there, it's currently south of 86, but it does carry it less of a northeasterly turn, more of a straight northerly turn on that one right now. And there's several things we can glean from that from a meteorological standpoint, is that could possibly, okay, actually, no, there we go. Okay, so National Weather Service is now saying, we're just going to quit saying what we were saying there, confirmed tornado with this storm. Okay, so there we go. Like I said, we treat the tornado warning seriously anyways. We take shelter even if there's not necessarily a confirmed tornado on the ground, but that is now changed. There now is a confirmed tornado on this storm right now. This hook echo, there's been a visual confirmation of a tornado on the ground southwest of Hart right now. So this is that time. If you are in the Hart or surrounding region, of course, any rural farming communities, anything like that, be taking shelter. Take this storm very seriously, as this could be a very dangerous storm that is rolling to the north right now. We're going to go ahead and animate this here. Right now, it's moving north at only 5 miles an hour. It's a very slow-moving storm. That hook is a little less pronounced than it was a little bit ago, but still some velocities in there as well. Okay, that is a report from the fire department there in Hart. They're the ones who visually confirmed that tornado. So, yeah, if you're in the Hart area there, 194, be taking shelter. If you're in Nazareth, you're not included in the tornado warning right now, but be ready to... Yeah. Yeah, so be ready for that. That's the thing. We want you to be ready for that. Be ready to enact that safety plan right now. Confirmed tornado on the ground just south of Hart. So, like I said, Nazareth, surrounding areas, if you're somewhere in between, of course, rural communities, if you're seeing this stream right now, we want you to be weather aware. We want you to have that safety plan ready to go. And like I said, if you're in the immediate vicinity of Hart on either side, be enacting that safety plan. Be getting into that safe place, because this is a potentially dangerous storm right now. So we want you to be safe in situations like this. Good news is, for the rest of the region, if you're watching this, wondering about the rest of the area, this is the only tornado warning in our region, but it is one certainly worth giving our focus to right now. We're going to zoom in just a little bit closer here. As you can see, that hook echo is now approaching probably the southwest side of Hart. That hail core is over 194. Good news is, recent returns here on this specific storm does seem to show that that hail core is getting just a little bit weaker here as of right now. That hook echo is approaching the southwest side of Hart. It's moving north at about 5 miles an hour. So now, based on that information, we ought to be able to get you some specific timing here. Of course, if we're saying the tornado is right there and it's moving north Okay, of course, so the movement is north, so we're going to follow the polygon there, of course. So that's showing its track here, of course, over the next hour. So this is a slow-moving storm. If it does decide to speed up a little bit, of course, we'll be letting you know on that. But as of right now, they say moving north, observe tornado. Okay, they've now upgraded it to moving north at 10 miles an hour. So the storm is currently moving north. It has sped up a little bit. So we're going to move it north at 10 miles an hour. So that's basically your kind of forecasted track there over the course of the next hour. So like I said, if you are in Hart, be in that safe place right now. This is that time to be enacting that safety plan. Still seeing this, we had the report of a tornado on the ground from the fire department there in Hart. We have not seen any reports or anything that it has lifted yet. So like I said, this is a situation to take seriously. This is getting into the innermost room of your house, a room with no windows. Of course, you want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Things like a bathtub, usually middle bathrooms are great places in the center part of a house. Bathtubs. You want to have things like blankets, pillows to cover your head with. Anything, couch cushions. Of course, like I said, flashlights, have good shoes on. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. So, of course, things over your head, power outages are going to be likely and expected in that area as well. And so we're currently monitoring this situation. Our Lubbock National Weather Service is all over it as well. Okay, latest news in other parts of the Texas Panhandle, northeastern Deaf Smith and northwestern Randall counties, that flash flood warning has been canceled. That's good news. The flash flooding conditions have lowered a little bit. Still seeing lots of rain around a lot of the area. Let's double check our velocities on this tornadic storm here again. Okay, so there you see it's still discernible rotation. So with that being said, this is going to be the area that we see any tornado that might pop up. It's going to be kind of right here in this area. This is kind of our hot spot right here. Basically where you have that green meeting that red. That's your rotation couplet that we're watching extremely closely here right now as we approach the top of the 3 o'clock hour this morning. Latest from the National Weather Service there in Lubbock is that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. National Weather Service in Lubbock is about to issue a new tornado warning that will last through 3:45. So that's the thing, we're going to have to be patient with this one, as it could be a longer lasting. It's a slow moving storm for one. And then of course we also just simply have the fact that it's slow moving and there are communities being impacted for it. And the fact that we're still seeing that rotation, there's that new tornado warning that's been issued. Obviously, we don't need that. So if you're in the Hart community, definitely be enacting that tornado safety plan. That does include that stretch of 194 from, as you can see, from Hart all the way up to Highway 385. And if you're in Nazareth, you are not in the tornado warning right now, but this is that time to be, of course, enacting that safety plan, being ready to go should that tornado warning stretch up to where you're at. What you're seeing right now, if you are up in Nazareth, is you're now starting to see rain showers that have started to kind of push into town there a little bit. You're seeing some good rain showers, probably not really seeing any hail as of yet, but here in just the past few minutes or so, you've started to see raindrops falling there in Nazareth. So be ready, because based on that current track, it does appear to be carrying it up towards Nazareth. Like I said, what we're hoping for right now is that this storm, of course, dissipates, but right now we're not seeing that out there. We have not seen any confirmation that the tornado has lifted either. So still a potentially dangerous tornado on the ground just to the south of Hart right now. We're watching for the possibility of debris in any parts of the area. Okay, here we go. Latest from the National Weather Service. Tornado ongoing now, currently 3 miles west of Hart. 3 miles west of Hart right now. So let's go ahead and stop our animation here. We're going to go ahead and draw a line 3 miles west of Hart to see that exact distance of what we're dealing with here. We're going to zoom way in. We want to get get hyper specific here. So obviously, as we can tell, what we've learned with these notches, these hook echoes here. So if we go a line straight from Hart and go out 3 miles, so that's going to be somewhere in that area is going to be where we're seeing that potential for that tornado on the ground. So based on a northerly track, that would hopefully mean that that tornado is going to miss Hart to the west. Now, if you're hearing my voice right now and you're in Hart, don't take that as your cue to come out of your safe place. Stay in your safe place until this storm has passed. We'll be giving you an all clear, letting you know how things are going as we get a little bit, as we see the storm pushing through. So if you are hearing me right now and you are in Hart, this is that time we're not taking that safety plan out of action just yet. Be staying in that safe place. Like I said, right now, latest report from the National Weather Service is that we have a tornado ongoing 3 miles west of Hart right now. So be enacting that safety plan. Like I said, the thing with this particular storm, as opposed to what we've been seeing up, of course, through Amarillo these past couple of hours, is simply the fact that this is more of an organized supercellular storm. So it has that ability for that more long track type event. And so that makes this a little more potent, and it certainly makes it a lot more dangerous as well. We're going to be staying on air here with you here. We're going to be staying on until we can give Hart the all clear. We're not going anywhere. Looks like up around Roy right now, you're probably just seeing some good heavy rain, maybe a little bit of hail right now, but you're currently not, you're still included in that tornado warning, so do be staying safe just in case. But the heaviest part of that storm, the strongest part where that tornado is, looks to be kind of off towards your southeast. But if you're inside of that red polygon that I have up on screen right now, be enacting that safety plan. Be in your safe place right now. We'll be giving you the all clear as that storm should hopefully be passing, 194 here as soon as possible. Of course, right now, Castro County, the only spot actually affected by that particular tornado warning. Okay, again, just to reiterate, anybody just joining, we have a tornado warning for Castro County. Currently, there has been a confirmed tornado on the ground 3 miles west of Hart right now. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is from the fire department there in Hart. They are keeping an eye on that. So we have a confirmed visual of a tornado on the ground. Potentially dangerous situation here. So if you're in the Hart, surrounding regions, up through Rory even, be in your safe place right now. If you haven't gotten there, get there as soon as possible. We want everyone to be staying safe in this storm. And like I said, if you're up in Nazareth, not necessarily under the gun right now, you're probably just seeing some rain showers, but be getting ready to enact that safety plan, as it does look like on our most recent scans that maybe that hail core is trying to show some signs of re-strengthening. That could mean that that hail is actually getting a little bit stronger. We're going to go ahead and animate this. This is showing the movement from the past hour as it's moving into that tornado warned area. So it looks to be wherever that tornado might be, passing just to the west of Hart right now. Let's switch back over to our velocity. So as you can see, I got a few small little specks there. So seeing those signs of rotation right there. Basically anywhere you're seeing that red and green, that is where that tornado is potentially on the ground. We don't have a current word on how large this tornado could be, but it's a tornado warning. It should be treated as if it is a large tornado on the ground. We're not going to try to pinpoint the exact placement of it. If you're inside of that red polygon right now because of this tornado warning, be in your safe place right now. If you're still hearing my voice right now, that tornado, velocity signature is just now approaching 194. So Hart still very much under the gun, and places to the west and northwest of Hart still very much under the gun on this tornado threat right now. This is the latest look on our reflectivity here. Okay, so this current tornado warning, it's going to be in effect for another over 30 minutes from now. So we're going to continue to track it as it's making its way over 194 right now. Current confirmed tornado on the ground right now. 3 miles west of Hart was the last information that we had from the National Weather Service. That was about 6 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, that tornado was relayed as 3 miles west of Hart. National Weather Service is also saying that the storm is moving north at 10 miles an hour right now. So it's a very slow-moving storm. We're watching this very carefully as Hart is just on that far eastern side right now. So if you're in Hart, anywhere there along Highway 194, be in that safe place right now. We want you staying safe out there. We don't want anybody getting hurt because of this storm. So we're watching this extremely closely right now. It's a slow-moving storm. Still confirmed tornado on the ground there in Castro County. So for those of you joining us right now, this is the only tornado warning in the News Channel 10 viewing area as of right now. Things around Amarillo have calmed down just a little bit, but this particular storm confirmed tornado on the ground. So of course, this is going to be our priority here for the time being. This is what we're going to be staying on here for a little while. Then when we get a chance to catch our breath, we'll start to kind of focus on the rest of the area, see what's going on. But I do want to give you rest assured that this is the only tornado warning right now in the News Channel 10 viewing area. We're still seeing a cluster of showers and thunderstorms working their way north through the region, but this tornado warning is obviously our priority. Good news is that I would say that I can glean from this is that the hook echo, you'll notice just on our past, our past hour or so, you can see that really defined hook, not as defined anymore. That could start to show, you can see right there, they kind of trimmed up that tornado warning a little bit, brought that southern chunk out of it somewhat. Good news is it does look like maybe that hook is getting a little bit messier than it was before, but we've still not heard any reports that the tornado has lifted. So still be in that safe place. If you're hearing my voice right now, this is still a potentially dangerous situation as it looks like to be crossing 194 here as of right now. Okay, looks like we're getting that crossing 194 here currently. Switching back to velocity. Okay, possibly seeing some hints that maybe that velocity is starting to weaken a little bit. That's a good news. Not giving the all clear yet. Not giving the all clear on this particular storm, but possibly getting a few hints that maybe that velocity, that tornado signature is trying to weaken a little bit. But that does not necessarily mean that the threat is gone, of course. Okay, still, again, tracking this tornado warning. Looks to be, we're going to zoom way in on Hart here. Looking at the past, this is the past 1 hour on the clock here. You're going to see right there. Quite possibly Hart may have missed it to the west. West-northwest right now. You're not in the clear yet, though. We're not breathing that sigh of relief just yet. Still be taking shelter in that safe place right now. But we're starting to get some signs of hope that maybe things are starting to kind of look up a little bit, at least for Hart right now. So that's the good news, but we're not giving the all clear just yet. Still, latest information from the National Weather Service office in Lubbock is that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. So we're still going to continue treating it as such. So you can see possibly passing between Roy and Hart there on 194. Hail core is now north of 194 as well. Nazareth, you're probably seeing some of the heaviest rain that you've seen, at least here in just a little bit. You're seeing right there some heavy rain. You're still not included in the tornado warning, Nazareth. But if this storm can maintain its strength, we're possibly going to expect the possibility that it could move up that direction. But of course, that's something we're going to wait for the National Weather Service to make those decisions. Checking all of our sources here, just keeping an eye on everything. We know the Hart Fire Department is the one who confirmed it and is relaying the information on the location of that tornado on the ground right now. Like I said, what we're seeing right now is that the hook's possibly getting a little bit messier. That's good. Not sounding the all clear just yet. Looks like Hart's starting to progressively, at least Hart proper, is starting to get more and more in the clear. But then that means we shift our focus up to Nazareth, of course, seeing right there some heavy rains right now. Not under the gun just yet, but if you are in Nazareth, you definitely need to be getting ready to, of course, enact that safety plan. Of course, knowing where your safe place is, being prepped. Now is not the time to start, of course, once you have those things gathered up and everything, but now you need to be at the stage where, should that tornado warning extend to Nazareth, you need to be ready to get in that safe place. Now's not the time to be gathering everything, but if that's what you need to do, of course, or you need to be just ready to get into that safe place at a moment's notice, because very possibly seeing this storm possibly extending to Nazareth, that's not official just yet. Okay. National Weather Service is making note right now of what looks to be possibly 2 circulations within the storm. Not necessarily a guarantee of 2 different tornadoes, but could be 2 tornadoes within the storm. We have not had visual confirmation of that. There's only been visual confirmation of 1 tornado so far, but based on our rotation signatures here, it's getting further away from the Lubbock radar, so of course that makes it a little bit trickier to track, but just want you to be aware. That tornado warning is for a confirmed tornado, so it should be treated as such, regardless of whether or not there's 1 or 2. 1 tornado is enough to enact that safety plan. So if you're around the Roy area, Hart, anywhere in between, still be in that safe place right now. We're not quite ready to sound that all clear just yet. Again, confirmed tornado. That was 3 miles west of Hart at last check. That was just a little over 10 minutes ago that we last got a confirmed report of where that tornado was. We have not gotten a visual or a report of that tornado lifting as of yet, but that's the thing, is we still have an ongoing tornado warning. As it currently sits, this is going to be in effect for another 30 minutes. This is in effect until 3:45 this morning. So if you're in the Hart, Roy region, be in that safe place. Be taking shelter. This is a potentially dangerous tornado on the ground. Large hail, golf ball sized hail associated with it as well. So be in that safe place right now. Like I said, we are not sounding the all clear on that. If you are still hearing my voice and you are in your safe place, still be staying there. We're not quite ready to declare the all clear on Hart just yet, but it's getting really close. Look at our latest reflectivity right there. Looks to start to really be clearing Hart right now, which is taking kind of that main part of rotation. Roy is still an area that we're keeping an eye on, but latest reflectivity scans right now does show that that storm is maybe starting to clear out a little bit from Hart, so that's some good news. If you're down in Hart, maybe starting to get to breathe that sigh of relief here as of right now. Still included in that tornado warning. They have not taken you out of the tornado warning yet, but it does appear that the southernmost extent of that storm is now to your further northwest right now. Let's see if we go ahead and measure this out, where that storm is in relation to Hart right now. So if we just go from the nearest part of Hart to the nearest part of the storm, we're about 2 miles to the north right there. If we go to where the rotation might possibly be, we're looking at 5 miles to the northwest right now. So if you are in the town of Hart, I think we're starting to kind of get a little bit of relief right here, and that's some very good news. We're starting to get on the backside of that storm as it tracks its way north. You're starting to get in the clear. That's some great news. So we're still continuing to monitor here. Still be very vigilant in this situation, but it does look like reflectivity there around Hart is starting to relax just a little bit right now. That's some good news, but now we start to shift our focus up towards the northwest. Still a tornado-warned storm. And you're going to see right there, of course, Roy still involved in that. And then, of course, up towards the north, Nazareth, still probably just seeing some very heavy rains right now. But, of course, going to see what the next moves that are made here with this tornadic storm. Latest from the National Weather Service, the last report of where the tornado was given right around 3:01. So that was about 15 minutes ago. It was reported to be 3 miles west of Hart. Now, obviously, as we've kept track of this, as we've been watching this here, we'll loop it through once here. You'll notice, of course, it's moved quite a ways since then. It does start to show maybe some signs that maybe Hart is starting to get a little bit of a break here. That's the good news. So if we zoom into Hart here, get a really close look at, of course, the town of Hart here, where the radar is, as you can see right there, just on the very far northern end of town right there. But at least the community itself at large there does look to be at least out from underneath that storm right now, and that is some good news. So if you're in Hart, look at that. There we go. There's our latest update on that tornado warning. They have officially trimmed Hart out of the tornado warning. That's the good news. So if you're in Hart right now, you can start to breathe that sigh of relief. They have now removed you from that tornado warning. So if you're in the community of Hart and you've been sheltering, I think now you can start to kind of relax a little bit. You can breathe that sigh of relief. That storm is continuing to track up towards the north. You'll also notice for our friends in Nazareth, they've trimmed the bottom half, or the bottom part of that tornado warning to remove Hart of it. They have not extended it further north. So Nazareth is still not under that tornado warning, but if you're in the area of Roy, still be enacting that safety plan. You're not necessarily in the clear as of yet. But the good news is right now, if you're in Hart or off towards the south or southeast, you're now out from underneath the bottom of that storm, and you can start to come out from that safe place. And of course, you can start to come out now and of course see what's going on. So good news there for Hart. You're officially out of the tornado warning. Roy, you're still a part of it. Nazareth, you're still not there just yet. So we won't necessarily declare the all clear for Nazareth, but we won't necessarily say that the tornado is heading your way, because that tornado warning does not extend your direction here right now. So we're going to stay on here until we can give everyone the all clear on this tornado warning. As long as there's a tornado warning in effect, we are going to do what we can to tell you about it. For our friends in eastern New Mexico, no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in eastern New Mexico right now. There's flash flood warning over near Fort Sumner. That's outside of the News Channel 10 viewing area. We have a handful of flash flood warnings around parts of the Texas Panhandle, and we will circle back to those after this tornado warning, of course, is either expired or canceled. But right now, since the latest we know with this is that there was a confirmed tornado on the ground, this is easily our #1 priority in the region here currently. We want folks to stay safe. So if you're still in Roy and you're hearing my voice right now, still be in that safe place. I know this is a slow moving storm right here. We're gonna have to, it's been a while that you've been riding it out, but you're not quite in the clear just yet. So we don't want anybody dropping their guard necessarily on this storm too early and somebody getting hurt. Like I said, again, this is our lone tornado warning in the entire News Channel 10 viewing area. Still keeping an eye on that track there. Let's go ahead and pull up our velocity, see what our velocity signatures look like. Okay, still some marks of rotation in there. So we're not sounding any all clears by any means with this storm that's just north of Hart. Like I said, right around the Roy area. Okay, latest from the National Weather Service is that it is picking up speed, so possibly getting faster. That's not really to say much towards the nature of any tornadic activity in it, but the storm is starting to move a little bit quicker. So that means that some of that heavier rain and everything like that is really starting to bear down on places like Nazareth right now. Okay, so there we go. So there's our latest tornado warning that's been adjusted. Hart's even more in the clear than you were. Good news there. Roy, you're still underneath it. Nazareth, you are not, but Nazareth, you're about to see some of the heaviest rains that you've seen all night long with this particular storm right now. We've got some very heavy rains on your way. It does have a hail core still on it as well that's currently rated for, I believe, golf balls. Yeah, golf ball sized hail here right now. So be ready for that. Be ready to enact that safety plan. And of course, with golf ball hail possibly on the way even before any possible tornadic activity, not the time to be spending any time outside. Of course, there's things outside that need to be moved. That's just not worry about those right now. Let's be staying inside and being ready to enact that safety plan to go take shelter should this tornado warning get extended up towards Nazareth. Like I said earlier, this storm right here has been one of the first ones that we've seen all night long that has carried that more stereotypical kind of tornado type look. It had that hook echo, had that more that you see with stronger, longer lasting tornadoes. All these little spin-ups that we've had around the Amarillo metro area have all generally lasted maybe 10 to 20 minutes at most, but they can still do damage. I don't want to necessarily minimize that, as we've already seen some pictures and some reports of damage down in, of course, the city of Canyon. Have not necessarily heard any reports of damage in Amarillo, but of course I know that's something that folks are going to be assessing. So it's not to minimize the impacts of those small spin-ups. Of course, they can still do destruction. They can still do damage. So if there is a tornado warning, whether it's a stereotypical tornado setup or not, you need to treat it seriously. You need to be taking shelter if you find yourself underneath one of those. Nothing on the latest updates of that particular tornado warning as of right now. No news out of our friends at the Amarillo Weather Service here currently. This is one of those, I feel like in one of those situations, at least for the Amarillo chunk of the area, it's very much a no news is good news type situation with that. But like I said, we're going to take a tour around radar on the rest of the region once we know this tornado is clear of any communities. Right now, I just want to stay on this particular storm right here, as this is our #1 priority. As of last check, there was a confirmed tornado on the ground. We have not heard that that tornado is lifted, so we're going to treat it as if that tornado is still on the ground. And of course, as you see it advancing faster to the north right now, if you're in Nazareth, have that safety plan ready to go and ready to start, because it looks like right now that hail core is going to be approaching town probably here any minute now. So we're going to take it from where it is currently, and then we're going to measure it out. That hail core at least looks to be only about 3 miles to the southwest of Nazareth right now. So that hail core is approaching. You're probably seeing some very heavy rains right now. So that thing is, you're already starting to see some of those impacts. That hail core is quickly approaching the city of Nazareth. Like I said, Hart, we're slowly panning, you know, we're moving this camera here, and Hart is slowly disappearing. That's good news. That's a good thing to report right there. That Hart 194 off towards the southeast is clear of this particular storm. Right now, if you're in Roy, of course, you're not completely clear of that storm just yet. And if you see what looks like that radar image kind of changing and kind of glitching at a moment's notice there, that's because it's basically equal distance between the Amarillo radar site, Lubbock radar site. Our system here is deciding which radar has a better look at it, and so you might see it kind of glitch and change really fast. That's not necessarily the storm evolving. You'll see that that radar beam is sweeping in from the upper right-hand corner of your screen, so that right now is it's assuming that the Amarillo radar site has a better grasp on it. Still no updates from the National Weather Service on any status of that tornado. We did have reports of a confirmed tornado. The last ground report we had was at 3:01, over 20 minutes ago. That's when it was 3 miles west of Hart. Obviously, that's not the case anymore, but the last report we have is that a tornado was on the ground. So therefore, that's what we're going to operate on. Looks like that hail core is going to be approaching into Nazareth here any minute now. So if you're in the Nazareth area, you can start to expect some hail here pretty soon. We're going to loop it here once. See how quickly it is approaching right now. Our latest speed on this storm, let's see here. Yep, they've upgraded the speed now to 15 miles an hour, so it's tripled in speed just since we started tracking. When it was first warned to the southwest of Hart, it was moving north at 5 miles an hour. Now we're up to about north-northeast at about 15 miles an hour. Okay, latest scans, there we go. So there's our new tornado warning. Let's see here. Yeah. New tornado warning does include Nazareth. So if you are in Nazareth, that new tornado warning, that's going to be setting off your weather radios. That's going to be setting off your First Alert weather app. Now's the time. Enact that safety plan. Be getting in that safe place. Take shelter. That they have you currently underneath this new tornado warning. Right now, for what it's worth, great information from the National Weather Service here. They have downgraded it to radar indicated, so there has not been a recent enough report to support the thought that this tornado is still on the ground. But like I said earlier, even radar indicated is something we have to take seriously. Still need to treat this situation as if there is a tornado on the ground. But the good news is right now we don't have a current report that there is an ongoing tornado, but that threat is still very much there. It's still very much a very real threat. They've downgraded the hail size to just quarter-sized hail, so maybe not quite as much of a damaging threat as we originally anticipated, but with that northerly movement at 15 miles an hour, it's moving quicker. So you'll notice that polygon is a little bit longer. It's going to cover a greater distance in a shorter amount of time. Right now, this particular tornado warning, they've extended it a little bit. It's going to be in effect until 4 a.m. So that's going to be here for a little while longer here. That's going to be for about another 33 minutes that this particular tornado warning is going to be in effect. We're going to animate this through a couple times here. As you're seeing now, it's picking up speed here a little bit, moving into Nazareth, still over Castro County right now. And of course, That's one of those things. Our friends down in Randall County, of course, as we know, just straight north of Castro, that's going to be your Deaf Smith, that's going to be Randall County, the southeastern and southwestern portions of those respective counties. So if this does continue to track its way north, then we're going to start to shift our focus to southeast Deaf Smith, southwest Randall counties as possibly the next places that could be impacted with this particular storm. What we're going to go ahead and do here is we're going to start to zoom out a little bit, see how close we are to those prospective county lines. Of course, you see Happy there up on the top right-hand corner of your screen. That's right there on that Randall and, of course, Randall and Swisher County lines right now. Still, that is the only tornado warning in the region, is this particular storm that we're following right now. So stay with us here. We're going to stay on air as long as this tornado warning is affecting folks in our region. Like I said, if you are in Nazareth, be taking shelter right now. This is a serious situation. Things are starting to really lighten up in Hart. It looks like you're out from under the storm completely. Roy, you're right there barely on the edge. So you're starting to see that rain lighten up a little bit. I think you're starting to get those those opportunities to relax if you are in Roy there along Highway 194. Things are starting to lighten up a little bit. So right there, so we've changed back to radar indicated right now. The storm has cycled a little bit. It's staying pretty strong. Not confirmed here right now, but still, obviously, you got to treat every tornado warning as if there is a confirmed tornado on the ground, because they're issuing the tornado warning as it could develop at any moment. So Nazareth, you're seeing some of the heaviest rains. You're seeing probably some of that quarter-sized hail. Right now, that rotation, let's double check our velocities here, looks to be possibly straight to the south. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's probably our most prominent bit of rotation right now. It's probably going to be this right here. That could be one of our main notches of rotation, is kind of this area that we're seeing here right now. So if you're in Nazareth, take shelter immediately. Be getting in that safe place. As you can see right there, of course, 86 off towards the south. What we're going to do is measure from that point right there. We're going to go from Nazareth down to where that rotation is right now. It's about 5 miles south of you right now. The storm is moving north at 15 miles an hour. So let's do some math here. What we're going to do is we're going to zoom out just a little ways here and bring out our storm cone. So if that's our main point of rotation and it's moving north at 15 miles an hour, that's going to be getting upwards around places like Nazareth as soon as 3:46. So that's going to be within here in the next 10-15 minutes or so that storm is going to be approaching Nazareth, but could be getting there a little bit quicker as the storm has been picking up in speed. So, like I said, if you're in Nazareth, any of the surrounding communities on either side of town, take shelter immediately. This is a dangerous storm, and it has a history of putting down tornadoes. There was a short-lived confirmed tornado on the ground earlier. So far, we do not have any recent reports, so it's switched to just a radar-indicated storm, but still a potentially dangerous situation that we want you to be aware of. Switch back to reflectivity here. So it does look to possibly be developing a new notch on it, which is a sign of strengthening rotation. So we're going to loop that a couple times, possibly a new inflow notch going up there, new hook forming up on that. That would be a sign of strengthening rotation. And so, of course, if it takes any sort of an easterly track, that would start to push it into far western Swisher County here early this morning. Time is 3:30 right now here in Texas Panhandle. Okay, for those of you just joining us, if you're just now joining our programming here on News Channel 10, currently have a tornado warning for Castro County. Currently looks to be affecting Nazareth immediately here, probably in the next few minutes. So if you are in the Nazareth area and you are hearing my voice right now, be taking shelter immediately. This is a potentially dangerous situation. We had a confirmed tornado earlier, but as of right now, this is a radar indicated storm, but still it should be treated as such, that there should be treated as if there is a tornado on the ground with this particular storm, as it does appear to be showing some signs of maybe a little bit of strengthening. Let's keep an eye on our radar here. Velocities here. Okay, so still keeping an eye on this tornado warning right now. Still in effect. It's going to be in effect for another 30 minutes. So this storm is not going anywhere in a hurry. That's the thing about it. It's not going anywhere in a hurry. And we want you guys to be aware. So right now, number one priority is going to be this particular storm over right now as it's passing towards Nazareth. Like I said, if the storm continues to hold its strength and track to the north, your next areas that will be affected will be your far southwestern corners of Randall County and your far southeastern corner of Deaf Smith County, based on its current track, maybe the possibly far northwestern corners of Swisher County as well. Currently, as the storm's tracking its way up towards Nazareth right now, still radar indicated. Storm's currently moving north at 20 miles an hour, or 15 miles an hour. Forgive me there. It's moving north at 15 miles an hour right now. Here's your latest radar loops. Okay, so there we have it there. Zoom in on that hail core. There on the south side of Nazareth there. Okay, so this is a very serious situation. The storm moving north 15 miles an hour. If you are in Nazareth, be in your safe place right now. This is an immediate situation. Very, very dangerous possible situation here. Like I said, radar indicated tornado. There's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we should still treat it as if there is one on the ground, because there's still, of course, very dangerous impacts that could be had from the storm. Currently rated for quarter-sized hail, so thankfully the hail threat is not near as bad as it could be, but that tornado threat is, of course, the big issue that we're seeing out there, obviously with the tornado warning. Okay, so there's a hail core passing over Nazareth right now. So if you're in Nazareth, you should be taking shelter right now. You should be in shelter. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and animate this in a couple times, let you guys know what the movement of it's doing. So this is your latest hour. This is showing the last hour. We're going to narrow that down just a little bit. We're going to go back to the last 15 minutes. This is your last 15 minutes of movement on this particular storm. I know it doesn't show much, but it is showing just kind of giving you a little bit of a grasp of that speed of this storm. Hail core now moving over the top of Nazareth. Still some pretty strong rotation straight south of Nazareth right now. Okay, so where you see that green right there, that's the thing, is that tornado, if it were to be on the ground, could be anywhere in that chunk of the region. So if there is a tornado on the ground, it would be imminent in the town of Nazareth. So be taking shelter. This is a very serious situation. This is not something to take lightly. This is not a time to drop your guard, anything like that, as there could be a tornado that could be working its way into Nazareth here in the coming minutes. So need to be enacting that safety plan right now if you haven't already. We're going to stay on air here with you, so if you are taking shelter, hopefully you got your volume loud enough. You can hopefully still hear my voice. I'm going to be staying on air with you guys here until we can give you the all clear. We want you to be up to date with everything you need to know. Of course, be staying in that safe place until you get an all clear, because we're still seeing some pretty strong rotation markers on this particular storm right here. So this is not one that we're going to take lightly here. We're going to take this very seriously. Hail core passing over Nazareth right now. Like I said, anywhere in this chunk down here across the south. Right now we're looking for that tornadic potential to be anywhere straight south of Nazareth. That's where we're going to be looking for any possible tornadic activity. It's going to be right in there, and it's currently moving north at 15 miles an hour, so it is moving relatively quickly. Consider just a handful of miles south of Nazareth right now. So we're going to pull out a little bit here. I'm going to show this tornadic storm right now. So right now, Nazareth is our #1 priority. Here's the thing. I mean, we're seeing other communities around the region. They are not in a place where there's an imminent threat right now. You're seeing some heavy rain, some showers and thunderstorms up around Happy, up that direction right there. But as you can see, not a lot. I mean, obviously there's a lot of rural communities in between there, here and there. But of course, your main named towns between here and there so far. Happy is going to be your next one up there to the northeast. Not necessarily saying it's heading that direction, but it is something worth keeping an eye on. If you aren't happy, this is one of those overnight periods. There's going to be a lot of folks not getting a lot of sleep tonight. That's the thing, is that's where we want to keep everybody safe. We want to keep you aware of what's going on. Like I said, Nazareth, you are our #1 priority right now, as there are no other tornado warnings in the News Channel 10 viewing area. So we're going to focus on that. Hall and Childress County, there's a severe thunderstorm warning right now. It's currently rated for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Of course, taking any necessary precautions with that, but not a very serious severe thunderstorm there, but some strong hail, some strong winds possible with that. Still keeping an eye on this Nazareth storm right now as it tracks north. The good news is that we have not heard a report of a tornado on the ground, but like I said, even though we have not heard a report, that does not mean that we can treat it like there's no tornado and we're completely okay. There is still a tornado warning. It should still be treated as if there is a tornado on the ground. This is your last 15 minutes here as that storm is continuing to track north. The thing with it right now, if there were to be a tornado on the ground, unfortunately that would mean that Nazareth is directly in the path of this storm, and so that's the thing we're watching extremely closely right now, as we're still seeing rotation markers within that storm. We're not really seeing any signs to suggest that this is a storm that's completely dying out right now. So still have about 20 minutes left on this particular warning. So we're closing in on the 4 o'clock hour. Still seeing a rotation signature that is closing in on Nazareth right now. Pull up our velocity here. Let you see what we're seeing. Here we go. And give you guys the best possible look at this here. So of course, if we're going to be looking at a tornado in any part of this particular storm right now, it's going to be somewhere right around here. This is where we're going to be seeing that potential for that tornadic activity. As you can see, they're closing in on the south side of Nazareth. If anything, it's leaning just to the east side. Good point from the National Weather Service here. As you can see, they're still seeing a rotation marker, so we're not dropping our guard right now. But That rotation is a little more ill-defined than it was a little bit earlier. What we have with these storms sometimes is a thing called a rear flake downdraft. That is a bunch of cold air that comes out the bottom of these clouds, gets pulled back into the storm, and sometimes that can cause basically that storm to kind of choke itself off, and that can sometimes kind of kill the tornado that has popped up. But we don't have confirmation that's exactly what happened. That's just basically what we're seeing on radar. We don't have ground confirmation that there is not a tornado on the ground, and that is enough to still take very seriously. So if you're still in Nazareth, still be taking this storm very seriously right now. Hail core is weakening. Good news there. Hail core is weakening on that storm as it's passing north of Nazareth. But rotation's still there on the south side of the city, getting ready to push in from the south right now. Do have a few people on our online stream that are asking about the potential of traveling to Amarillo. It's simply too early to say if this is traveling towards Amarillo or not. There's still a long ways in between. Of course, it is on a northerly track. Nazareth is south of us, but of course, there's a lot of things that can happen with the storm between here and there. Our next focus after the storm passes Nazareth is going to be northwestern Swisher County. It's going to be southeastern Deaf Smith and southwestern Randall counties that we shift our focus to right now. So appreciate y'all sticking with us here. Like I said, I know I'm not touring around the rest of the region very much, but that's because these tornado warnings are absolutely unequivocally our #1 priority. So that's the thing that we are absolutely going to stay focused on here for the time being. So we're watching it very closely. This storm did have a confirmed tornado earlier as the storm developed. We have not heard any new reports of a tornado on the ground, but it's still absolutely within the realm of possibility of something that we could see. So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom out a little bit here. We're going to show you the bottom side of that storm at Nazareth. You can see those showers and thunderstorms up around Happy, none of them severe warned. Right now, Tulia, you're seeing showers and thunderstorms there as well. Looking at the past hour, you can see how that storm has really evolved here just a little bit ago. Okay, so that downdraft surge, National Weather Service is noting the fact that maybe it's weakening things a little bit, but we're not sounding the all clear just yet. If you're in Nazareth, still be in that safe place. We're not going to completely declare the all clear because we're not 100% cleared out with that. Latest from the National Weather Service in Amarillo, the severe thunderstorm watches that we do have, which I'll pull those up a little bit later on, those are in effect until 5 a.m. So that's about another hour and 15 minutes left on that. Like I said, we're really going to stay focused on this for the time being until we get an all clear. We get reason to believe that Nazareth is not under the gun for this potential tornado right now. As you can see, kind of showing still this wild mess of things right now. These scattered showers and thunderstorms. The good news is overall severe potential is really backed off. And like I said, I'm focusing on this right now because this is our lone tornado warning in the area. The Amarillo Canyon areas, we're not even seeing severe thunderstorm warnings in our neck of the woods here in Amarillo. Most of the Texas Panhandle region is pretty much clear. As of right now, that's the good news. Of course, some severe thunderstorms will still be on the way at times, so we still want you to be aware, but in terms of tornadic activity, this is it. So therefore, it is demanding our full attention right now. We want to keep folks in Nazareth safe, still be in that, of course, safe place right now. What we're going to do here is we're going to zoom in kind of on the southwest corner of it. Right there. So Roy, you're getting to where you can breathe those sigh of relief. You're seeing maybe a few little light showers, but the heaviest part of the storm has passed you by. If you're on Roy, pretty much most of that stretch there of 194 is now out from underneath this storm. We're gonna watch this storm. A few more scans on here. So appreciate y'all staying with me. It's been a long morning so far. It's been a long overnight period for us all here in the Texas Panhandle. So I appreciate those who are staying up with us. This is one of those things. Probably gonna be a lot of folks not getting a lot of sleep tonight, but we do appreciate your vigilance. And of course, we want to be keeping you informed. So we do appreciate you watching us here on News Channel 10. So thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been a long night so far. We're not going anywhere here anytime soon until we really see that this severe threat has really started to go on more of a downward trend. So that's the thing. We're sticking here with you. We're going to be staying up here with you all night long until we can be for sure that the really significant threats are going to be over here. So right now, primary focus right here is this Nazareth storm. That hook echo has started to go away. Let's double check our velocities. So still maybe some rotation. We have that green mixing with that red a little bit, but you'll notice it's pretty large. It's what we call broad rotation there. So when you see a tornado, you kind of really see this really close, kind of almost two little dots there that are kind of dancing around each other a little bit. This one, it's a little bit bigger. Still maybe some broad rotation. Still, like I said, we're going to treat it as if there still could be a tornado on the ground, but there are starting to be some good signs that maybe this is not as serious of a storm as it once was. But still, take it seriously. Good news is, though, downward trends. That's what we like to see. Not canceling any warnings just yet. We're not sounding the all clear for Nazareth just yet. We're gonna keep our guard up here. We're going to stay on it until that threat is gone. So appreciate everyone sticking with me. Those of you who want to know what else is happening in the region, we're going to be taking a tour around the area as soon as we know that Nazareth and other communities are clear of this tornadic threat. Like I said, I mean, obviously if you were just to draw a straight line, of course, that line might include communities like Happy. It's going to have to take more of an easterly turn, though, for that to happen, but that's based on the assumption that this storm is actually going to be able to maintain. Perhaps as it moves north here, it's going to just collapse possibly and become just scattered light showers and thunderstorms. At that point, it's not an issue if it does make its way to Happy. Right now, still a tornado warning storm, so we're still... Okay, there we go. Latest from the National Weather Service, there it is. Tornado warning has been canceled. There, it just disappeared. Okay, we can all breathe a sigh of relief right now. The tornado warning has been canceled. You're still probably seeing some very heavy rain there in Nazareth right now, but there it is. That tornado warning has been canceled. Heavy rains there in Nazareth, maybe some strong winds, as it looks like the bottom of that storm is falling out right now. So that means that that tornado threat has seemed to have gone away. That's extremely good news. Now, of course, we're going to wait to see if we hear any more reports of any damage possible there around Nazareth, but it does appear as it was approaching Nazareth from the south, basically the rear flank downdraft caused that storm to collapse, which is good news. We are glad for that. The tornado warning has been canceled. So if you're still hearing my voice and you're taking shelter, we can breathe that sigh of relief. You're probably seeing some very heavy rains there in Nazareth, but the tornado warning has been canceled. We can sound the all clear for Nazareth. Great news there. We are always glad to see that. So now that we can take that breath right there, what we're going to go ahead and do, there are no current tornado warnings in any part of the Texas Panhandle region. We're going to zoom out here. We're going to take a look at what's happening around the region. There's a lot of things going on here. Okay, let me just make sure I have all my ducks in a row here. Okay, so here's what's happening around the region. We've got a handful of flash flood warnings. We have only one severe thunderstorm warning as of right now. So before we go off air here on News Channel 10, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give you guys a little quick look at what's happening here. We have this severe thunderstorm warning right now. That's in effect until about 4:30. That is for Childress and Hall counties there. Heavy rains. What we're seeing with that is more than likely some 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So that is, of course, a strong thunderstorm there, but no tornado warnings. I want to reiterate one more time here that what we're seeing out there, no more tornado warnings, at least as of right now. We're not going to sound the all clear for the entire area for the rest of the morning, but we can sound the all clear for now. We can take a breath here. We're going to go ahead and wrap up our coverage here, at least on News Channel 10 on our broadcast. But if you want to keep up with what's happening around the region, we're on newschannel10.com. We're on our social media pages. We're on YouTube, of course, your First Alert weather app, and of course our smart TV apps as well. So we're going to continue to keep track of things on that stream. So if you want to keep up with what's going on, this is your cue to go ahead and change over. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change over our programming real quick. What we're going to do is we're going to change over our programming. I will be joining you guys on a stream here in just a second. But for now, on broadcast, I think we're going to send things back to standard programming. I want to wait for the all clear from our friends there in Master Control. We're going to send things back to normal programming, and then we're going to take a cycle around on our stream, so make sure and join us there. But want to reiterate one more time before we go, there are no more tornado warnings. Nazareth, you are officially in the clear, probably seeing some heavy rains. Of course, News Channel 10, we're going to be staying up with you here all morning long now, and of course, keeping the tabs on these storms. So have a safe evening out there, and hopefully everyone can stay tuned to everything that's going on. Like I said, stay safe out there. Okay, so there's the clear from our master control. So you got to see kind of the inner workings there. So we are still going, obviously, we're still live. We're clear on the broadcast side. So if you're watching us on, so if you were on News Channel 10, you just went back to paid programming. But if you're staying with us here on newschannel10.com, Facebook, YouTube, now we can go ahead. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to take a look at the entire region here. We're going to tour around the area, and then I'm going to kind of take a break, gather my thoughts here a little bit, take a look at what's happening around the rest of the area, gather some data, and then, of course, I'll come back with periodic updates as we go throughout the morning. Time on the clock right now says 3:52 a.m. It has been a long night. Those of you who've been staying up with us, we do appreciate that. All right, so let's start here with Amarillo Canyon. It's been pretty active for us here this morning for us. You're going to notice right now, between Amarillo and Canyon, right now all we've got is a flash flood warning. Now, obviously, flash flood warnings, of course, we want to reiterate, turn around, don't drown. Heavy rains, there's going to be things, of course, low-lying areas. You're going to see a lot of water rushing across that. What I'm going to go actually do here is we're going to switch over. We're going to take a look at what we've gotten in terms of rain over the past 6 hours. So this is going to, of course, right around a little bit before midnight to where we're at now. Satellite estimates right now on the southwest side of the city right now, 3 to 4 inches of rain have possibly already fallen, with 1 to 2 inches around the rest of Amarillo proper. So it has been a very wet overnight period. So there's that flash flood warning. That's going to be effective until 5 a.m. Our severe thunderstorm watch goes until 5 a.m. as well. All right, let's take a look around the rest of the region. We have our lone severe thunderstorm warning. Right now that is for Hall and Childress counties. They're passing over just basically between Memphis and Esteling right now. That's rated for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Really what we're seeing, this is one of those things. This is kind of what we were kind of expecting from this. Several rounds. Now what we're getting is just these big, massive clusters of storms across the region. You're seeing, of course, we talked about the cold front a lot here on News Channel 10. North of I-40 right now, you're looking at just scattered rain showers out there. The severe activity is really a lot lower, because what I'm actually going to do here, I'm going to go ahead and bring up, if I switch over to lightning, that's one thing you'll notice with these storms is just how active they are. Let me see what other cameras we have around the region. Let me see what I can pull up for y'all to be able to take, because, I mean, we're seeing some very impressive lightning around a lot of the region. We're getting some fantastic light shows out of these storms. I mean, it doesn't matter what direction you look. So I'm going to animate this, show you guys last hour. I mean, that's the easy way we have to turn off the lightning layer, because it basically blocks all the data when you have these really strong, you know, days with all this lightning that's going on. Okay, we're going to take a look off towards the southwestern bushland. There we go. Okay, so very busy on radar right now. Before we dive into cameras, what we're going to do is we're just going to go basically portion by portion through the region, see what's going on out there. See Hereford seeing some good heavy rains. They're part of that flash flood warning as well. Vega over through Grady. Let's go see our friends over in eastern New Mexico. House there in northern Roosevelt County, you've got some very heavy rains on the way. So if you're in right around House, and there looks like Melrose might catch a piece of that as well as it's traveling in from the west, some very heavy rains up that way as well. Southern Roosevelt County, unfortunately, not getting anything up that way, but if you go right up around Tucumcari, just right around the Ute Lake region, might be seeing some showers right up near the state line. Seeing some good showers and thunderstorms right now. Of course, we have that storm there is what just passed over Nazareth. Nazareth is just about clear from underneath that storm. You've got Happy there. You've got seeing some showers making its way up towards Powder Oak Canyon. I would anticipate a lot of trail closings possible with all this rain that's falling right now. Going up towards the northeast, Pampa under a flash flood warning that stretches all the way down to Groom and McLean. Wheeler seeing some good heavy rain. Canadian, Miami, of course, seeing a lot of good showers around those parts of the area. So here, before I take a quick break, I'm going to pull up a high-definition model run real fast. And we're going to go ahead and assess and see how things look. What we're going to do here first, Going to go from the meteorological standpoint. We're going to kind of take a mental snapshot of what we're seeing here on satellite and radar. So there's how things look right now. Now what we want to see is when we pull up a model is we want to see a pretty similar image. That'll give us a good idea of if the model is initializing well. Let's take a look. Not bad. That's not a bad initiation. It's not great, but it could be a lot worse. So we're going to go ahead and animate this through as we go into about 6, 7 o'clock. That stuff from the west could be reloading to come in and hit Amarillo again. I think the things that we're seeing out there right now is the air has been thoroughly cooled. We've got a lot of rain-cooled air. This is an atmosphere that's been thoroughly worked over now. I mean, we had several tornado warnings in Amarillo and Canyon. We had those tornado warnings off towards the south. We had significant activity off towards eastern New Mexico as well. So as these things are going to track our direction, still could see some severe weather. That's the thing, is we're not completely leaving. I may put up a screen with radar on it here in just a little bit, but I'm not leaving entirely. We're just assessing a few of our other options here as we go into the early morning hours as we're closing in on the 4 o'clock hour this morning. Advancing through your 10, 11 o'clock hour, I know there's a lot of things happening in the communities this Saturday. Of course, going into this morning, we're going to have to watch things carefully. We might be seeing some events being canceled. I'm not making the decisions on that, but you'll notice things coming from the west, and then that cold front pushes through, pushes everything off towards the south. You'll see right there, down through the region, maybe a few little scattered showers tomorrow. I keep saying tomorrow. I need to get my facts straight here. It's not tomorrow afternoon. It's this afternoon. It's 4 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. It's Saturday right now. So we're going to fast forward here into Saturday. Maybe a few little isolated storms that try to fire off towards the west. We're not terribly worried about the concerns for severe weather for tomorrow. We're going to, of course, be on top of it. Should it happen, we'll have our first alert weather team on top of it. But the thing is right now, I mean, our atmosphere, as you'll see looking at our satellite and radar, we're going to back up. We're going to go for the past 6 hours and just see how this situation has evolved just here over the past 6 hours. I mean, we're seeing most of the Texas Panhandle area is just getting a thorough soaking right now, which is fantastic. We love to see the rain out there. We're going to wait and see if we hear any reports, of course, of any tornado damage. Haven't seen anything yet. Did see some damage, though, out of Canyon. So we'll be sharing any pictures once we get that. But as promised, let me show you all this here real quick. We have our Bushland camera with a pretty good light show going right now. So this is Bushland. This is looking straight south. There we go. We can see those storms really going. But you'll notice, doesn't even look like it's raining in Bushland right now. Might be getting a little bit of a breather there just to the west of Amarillo. You can see trucks there driving down I-40. But seeing a pretty good light show there off towards the south. We're seeing a lot of lightning with those storms. I'm going to go ahead and pan this around a little bit since I got control of it. What we're going to do is we're going to look west, right at the grain elevator there. See how things look towards the wind farm. I mean, you'll see right there a lot of puddles on the ground, but obviously we're not seeing any rainfall here currently. Let's see how downtown looks. This is looking southeast from downtown, looking past the train yard, of course. They're off towards the southeast. Get my facts straight here. So we're going to be seeing sunrise at about 7:01. It's about 3 hours from now is when the sun's going to be coming up. Who would have thought the morning meteorologist is going to get to be here doing an early morning on the one of 2 days of the week that we don't even have an early show, super early in the morning. But hey, that's what we do here at News Channel 10. We're keeping you up to date all morning long. Okay. All right, so want to reiterate here before I take a quick break. We are clear of tornado warnings. There is no active tornado warnings in the entire News Channel 10 region. So what we're going to do here is we're going to bring back our radar screen here. Shows warnings as well. Whew. Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break here real quick. I won't be gone long. We're not ending our stream just yet. The stream's going to keep trucking. We're just going to leave it up on this particular screen. What we're going to do is we're just going to basically make what you're seeing there, the maps, we're going to just make that come up full screen, and then we'll start to go from there. Like I said, I'm going to go gather my thoughts, go look at some resources, ingest some caffeine, and then we will come back and circle back with radar here in just a little bit. So if you're tagging along with us, we do appreciate that. Right now, no tornado warnings. That's the good news. We'll be back with an update coming up here in just a little bit, so stay with us. All right, y'all. It has been a busy overnight period. I mean, we've officially shifted from talking about how it's been a busy night to now it has officially been a busy morning. The time right now is 4:14 a.m. here in the Texas Panhandle. Those of you still hanging out with us, we appreciate that. We love everyone who's been sticking around with us here. We got seeing 586 on YouTube right now. I'm seeing 734 on Facebook as well. And of course, all of our friends on NewsChannel10.com and all of our streaming apps as well. So we appreciate all of you for sticking around with us this morning because like I said, it's been busy. And well, I think the perfect way to sum it up is by looking at our watches and mornings app right now. All the counties you see there in kind of that forest green, that is a flood advisory as we are expecting and has obviously seen excessive rainfall in those parts of the area here as we go into this morning. And then you'll see right here, I'm going to go ahead and highlight right there. That is going to be, make sure I have everything straight. I've got some cool stuff I can do here. Hey, Wyatt, if you're still on Unity here with us real quick, can you enable my ability to telestrate? I've got some pointing I'd like to do, if you can still hear me on Unity right now. Cool. I know there's a little thing to turn on, but I don't remember which one. The good thing about working here at News Channel 10 is there's people here that are a lot smarter than me, know which buttons to press to make sure they don't break things. And that is a very, very good thing. So we're going to let our ace engineer Wyatt here, he's going to enable my fancy little tool here. There we go. All right. Are we good? All right, perfect. There we go. I see in our YouTube comments here, we got Andrew Valverde here saying, pulled an all-nighter with News Channel 10. Hey, I feel like that deserves a badge or a prize, a trophy of some sort. So we appreciate that for sure. So what I was talking about earlier, all the forest green there, flood advisory, excessive rainfall, this little strip of pink that you see right here, that is a severe thunderstorm watch, which latest from the National Weather Service office, that is going to be in effect until 5 a.m. So about another 45 minutes or so. All the counties you see here in this kind of dark red. Now I want to bring your attention to these because usually people see red and the first thing that pops to their mind is tornado warning. That's the wrong shade of red for tornado warning. What those are flash flood warnings. So those are areas you can see from Hereford stretching through Canyon off towards the east, areas where places with low-lying areas. Of course, flooding will be something, of course, you have turn around, don't drown, water rushing across roadways, of course, can be quickly life-threatening situations. Then in the dark, too, it can certainly just make it even worse. So if you're driving somewhere and there's water running across the road, turn around, don't drown. It's not worth it to try to push through. Either find another way around or just figure something else out entirely. This orange right here, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. Latest on that is, of course, from the Amarillo National Weather Service. It's for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size tail. So almost as low as a severe thunderstorm warning can go. Obviously can still have some significant impacts. And then just our extra little thing that we've had here pop up, look up in Union County. That's a dense fog advisory here as we start out this morning, because why not at this point? Let's just get a little bit of everything going on here. Let's bring up our visibility maps. Some places might actually be seeing what we call hail fog. We actually saw some of that on our stream earlier. I say earlier today, I'm going to have to get my time right. Yesterday, technically, yesterday afternoon is where we saw that, but you'll see up around Clayton, all you're seeing right there, 3 miles of visibility. Could get as low as a quarter of a mile before 10 a.m. So let's talk about what is happening on radar around the region right now. Let's pull up our radar watches and warnings. So good news is no current tornado warnings. We've seen an overall kind of downtrend in the intensity of everything, and that's good news. We're not dropping our guard just yet. We're going to keep chugging along here because we don't want to drop our guard and have more tornado warnings pop up. It's been a busy overnight period here at News Channel 10, but we have been doing everything we can to keep you guys informed. Like I said, just seeing a lot of flash flood warnings, seeing a lot of rain around a lot of the region. If we pull up our Doppler radar, and we're going to shift our focus now up towards Amarillo, place we've seen a lot of activity going on. You'll notice maybe starting to see some rainfall back in Canyon. There's that flash flood warning, everything outlined there in that lime green. Hereford now looking like you're going to be on kind of the back side of that system there. Wildorado, Bushland. I'm going to actually bring up our Bushland camera real quick. I mean, the lightning from our Bushland camera this morning has been absolutely spectacular. We've seen some amazing lightning shots from this Bushland camera. There we go. American Viking, I'm glad we were able to be the background noise for you while you installed the sound system on your motorcycle. Hopefully it's working well. Let's see what our Facebook comments are looking like. Jane Flores is on the team No Sleep as well. All right, so we got Belinda Kinney here asking about, of course, storm center with this fantastic lightning right there. Looking at storms going around 7 a.m., so that's why the clock's forward just a little bit. And we're going to bring up our latest model runs here. Let's see how things are initiating so far. I want to make sure we're picking the best model to start with here. Okay, we're going to start with this one. We're going to start with those of you familiar with models. We're going to start with the HRRR run, one of our personal favorites when it comes to severe weather. It's initiating pretty good. It's got a good start to things. It's maybe not nailing things perfectly, but it is got a good feel for how things are going here as of right now. So we're going to go ahead and advance this on right here. Seeing maybe some storms coming through. So if you're asking about 7 a.m., possibly seeing those showers and storms there from the west building in. Now, this isn't gospel. This isn't exactly what's going to happen here, but it's one of the possibilities. You can see by 7, 8 o'clock, some showers and thunderstorms coming through. 9 a.m., could be seeing some good solid rain here in Amarillo. Everything tracking off towards the east and southeast as we go into the overnight period. Everything advances off towards the south. A couple things I want to look at here while I've got you guys. So I've got the time to talk about it and to look at it. Here we go. We're going to talk about our winds right now. I want to see what our winds are doing. Of course, a lot of thunderstorm-related winds. One of the big things you're talking, if you watched any of our, of course, broadcasts, any of our live streams earlier, it all came down to the cold front, where the cold front was going to set up. And as you can see, Amarillo is still kind of waffling in between. We've had times where we say the cold front's not going anywhere, and then it does indeed move. This time, the model said the cold front was not going to move, and then indeed it did not move. As you can see right there, winds are still out of the east for us here in Amarillo. So let's look at current temperatures outside. Look at that, 56 here in Amarillo. That cloud cover is keeping us just a good bit warmer out there. So, all right. All right, Myra here asking about Hereford. Okay, let's take a look at how Hereford is shaping up. Saw a pretty significant storm pass through a little bit earlier. We saw some accumulating hail as well, but let's see how things are shaping up. So looks like Hereford, at least you're on the backside of a heavier rain right now, but look off towards the southwest. Look around Friona and Black. They're just south of Highway 60. That looks to be possibly another round kind of building in there. That's going to possibly be filling up that direction, seeing some showers come that way. Nothing severe warned here currently this morning, so good news there. There we go. I like Nick's phrasing on this. Nick, if you're still on, I like your phrasing of lots more junk developing over Cannon. Did see some of that up a little bit earlier, as we can see in some of those showers and thunderstorms firing up there north of Clovis. Melrose House looks to be, House looks to be in the clear right now. You'll see Melrose, looks like you're probably going to just catch that one to just the, I'd say northwest side of town there is where Melrose is going to expect the most rain. If we go up a little bit, San Juan, maybe seeing some showers there just starting to pass by. Ute Lake, our friends up at Ute Lake, getting a little bit of rain up that way. Valle de Oro, seeing some good rain up through Channing, Hartley, Dalhart. That's the thing. This is a massive system that's coming through. Boise City up in the Oklahoma Panhandle, Cimarron counties. Groover maybe seeing some light showers. I mean, looking at just south of Perryton, down through Pampa, Miami, Canadian. Got Allison there, Wheeler, all seeing just good rain showers. Shamrock, McLean, Groom, seeing lots of rain there along the I-40 corridor. Clarendon, Wellington. You got Sam Norwood there. That Collingsworth County right there, that is our lone severe thunderstorm warning in the area. Primarily going to be seeing, strong gusts out of that. We had Tony Dean earlier saying that her neighborhood in Canyon is possibly torn up, seeing some damage from that. So Tony, certainly wishing all the best to you and your neighbors down in Canyon. Hopefully everyone's okay. Of course, the storm damage, that's not something we ever want to see for sure. So I know as the sun comes up here in a couple hours, we're really going to be, of course, keeping a close eye on that, seeing what damage reports come in. Yep, there you go. Annie Herrera's seal there read my mind, talking about Wellington. You're under severe thunderstorm warning right now, not a major concern. Really looking at just some strong gusts, maybe some weak hail here and there. As you can kind of see, I'll actually highlight this for you. We're going to notice right there as we go to now, you're going to kind of notice here, there's this kind of bow shape to that storm right there. that does indicate that we're seeing some pretty strong winds kind of pushing out here. So I'll get you right here. We're basically probably seeing some strong winds kind of like pushing like that through that, what we call bow echo right there. When that starts to bow out, you really start to see those winds really pushing out. As those storms are coming up the southeast right now, I'm going to take y'all, or southwest rather, I'm going to bring you back to our bushland camera. I can't get enough of the lightning that we're seeing here, so I'm going to pull this up real quick. Now, as I say that, now it's going to be starting to be quiet. We'll see. Maybe it's kind of taking a bit of a downturn. It was really pretty when it wasn't on air. It's about the way it goes, right? Got Ashley here asking about tornado warnings. That's the good news. No tornado warnings right now. That's the good news. No tornado warnings active in the entire News Channel 10 viewing area. Jane here asking about Amarillo going to get rain. Amarillo's already seen a lot of rain. There's a very good chance that some places in parts of town have seen 3 to 4 inches of rain already. I know at my house, I live in kind of the south central part of town, and we had a lot of water standing around my house when I left around 2 o'clock this morning to come up here to News Channel 10. There was a lot of water out in the streets, things of that sort. We got Fernando here asking about Friona, so let's bring things back here to our radar. Let's take a look at how things are looking for our friends down in Friona, down along Highway 60. There you see it. Scattered light showers, no severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see those showers that have kind of recently popped up. That could be our next round of big rainmakers for the area. But you're seeing some good light showers right now. You would not believe the shot we just saw on our bushland camera. I'm gonna have to switch back. The cloud to ground lightning bolt that we just saw on our bushland camera, I think it's just taunting me now. It knew I took it off, and it gave us a spectacular lightning strike. We're gonna give it a chance. We're gonna be patient with it here because I want you guys to see this lightning because it is absolutely phenomenal. I think I need to tilt a little more, pan rather, this way just a little bit. Let's see if we catch anything. Let our camera grab its focus real quick. I mean, you wouldn't believe the shot that we just got. It was a really good one. Got Terry here asking about the threat of tornadoes. Is it done? She's out by Paladero Canyon, would like to get some sleep. That's what we're monitoring right now. That's why this stream is still going. That's why we're not just completely giving up on it just yet. I know we've been going for a long time here, but that's the thing is, I mean, if you're keeping up, you know, a lot of you guys have been hanging out since before midnight. And if you were following along with Kevin and Shelby, they did a great job. I mean, Shelby, the newest member of our team, this is literally day 4 of her you know, career, her tenure here on the First Alert Weather Team, and she has had 4 First Alert days in a row. So she's been an absolute trooper here. I mean, absolutely just, you know, jumping right in head first, and has been an awesome member of the team. But we would have times where we would, you know, we'd have tornado warnings. They would expire, they'd go away. We'd say, okay, we're gonna take a breath here, and we would end our stream. And we'd have another tornado warning pretty quickly early on. So, I mean, that's the thing is we don't want to necessarily just drop our guard real quick. So I'm going to hang out with you guys here for a little while longer. Won't be here all morning long, but I'll stay here for a little while longer to keep track of things. I'm telling you, the lightning there in that bushland camera, it's just, there we go. That was a good one. That's what we like to see. So we're seeing some spectacular lightning. I mean, that's the thing is there is absolutely no shortage of great lightning with these storms. I mean, these are very, very active here as of right now. Seeing those showers down around Freno, they're starting to gain steam a little bit. So I think that's going to be kind of what I focus on next as we see those clusters of storms really firing up. I think that's going to be what I really start to monitor more closely. But the thing is, you'll hear us talk about it when we go storm chasing sometimes. We look for the atmosphere to get worked over, is what we say. Of course, we have these showers and thunderstorms. They use up, there's energy in the atmosphere. And when these storms fire up and they get real active like that, it zaps that energy. And usually we need another day or two to really reload. It's not to say that our rain chances will be done going into your Saturday, but I think the overall severity will be a lot lower. So that's really kind of the main thing why we talk about things that way, is that as we go into your Saturday, I think rain chances will certainly continue, as we've shown from high definition model runs so far. But the thing is I don't think it'll be near as severe. That's the good news. Okay, so I want to reiterate, no tornado warnings in the entire region right now. That's the best news that we have right now. That's great news. That's a good thing. Latest from the National Weather Service office in Lubbock. They're unaware of any damage at this time from that tornado that was down around the Hart to Nazareth area. So good news there as well. All right, everyone. So I think we're officially at a point now where I can say good morning. It is just about near the top of the 5 o'clock hour here in Texas, USA. That'll be almost 4 a.m. for those of you off in eastern New Mexico. So a couple things going on here. The more noteworthy thing that's going to be affecting us here in the Texas Panhandle, those counties there in pink that you're seeing, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for 2 more minutes. So we're going to watch that expire here live on our stream. I think we're starting to kind of wind down for the evening. I think our severe weather stream is about to come to an end. So I think we're going to be winding things down. So those of you who have stuck it out with us for a while, you have my thanks, you have my applause, because that's a long time to stick around. It's been a long night here, but of course, like I said, we wouldn't be doing it for no good reason. Of course, there's been a lot of things going on. One thing you are noticing, you might be picking up on it over here. I want to preface this by saying it's not moving our direction. We're not expecting it to affect our area, but I do want to point it out. That is a tornado warning. They're off in southwestern Oklahoma here as of right now, affecting Mangum here in just a little bit. Right now, it's radar indicated, but we're not going to be breaking into broadcast or doing anything of that sort. But that's tornado warning outside of our area. That's some of that severe weather moving out of our region. So we got, got just a few seconds left of this severe thunderstorm watch. So we're going to continue to see that. We still have a handful of flash flood warnings around the area. Here in a little bit, I'm going to give you some of our West Texas mesonet totals. But there you go. The pink just disappeared. Severe thunderstorm watch has expired. There you go. It is official. We have just flooding concerns as our primary threat that we are seeing. Now, one thing that is worth mentioning here right now, before we start diving into reported totals and things like that, I do want to bring your attention to eastern Collingsworth County. That is where we are seeing a severe thunderstorm warning. That is currently the only one left in our area. So we're going to switch over to Doppler radar here real quick. Let's go ahead and just take this look real quick. So there in Wellington, you can see the overall intensity is really dropping off a little bit. Right now, that particular severe thunderstorm warning, I'm going to make the radar disappear for just a second so you can make out where those polygons are right there. So the yellow square, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. That is currently rated for 60-mile-an-hour winds and hail that could be smaller than 3/4 of an inch. So we're talking penny-sized or less. So that's good news. The overall severity is going down. That is the lone severe thunderstorm warning in our entire region here right now. That's the good news. So right now it's more flash flooding around the region. So let's take a tour around the region, what we're seeing out there as now folks are now starting their Saturday mornings. Let's look at how it's shaping up outside. Here in Amarillo, Texas, looks like we got another round of showers and thunderstorms working their way in from the southwest. Not severe warned. Probably going to be just seeing some good old-fashioned rainfall with this particular little system that's working its way in from the west-southwest. You can see Canyon in a bit of a quiet lull here as of right now. We pan off towards the south. Canyon a little bit quiet. Happy is quiet. You can see that little band of heavy rain that passed over you just a little bit ago has really started to drop off in intensity. So that's some good news. Overall intensity is going to be, of course, dropping off with that. Still scattered showers. Dimmitt, Hereford, maybe up around Freona, still seeing some showers. Those are kind of gaining in strength. Not really, like I said, around severe criteria, just good old-fashioned heavy rains. Grady getting soaked. We got a, not severe, flash flood warning. They're off in far eastern, as you can see right there. Curry up into Quay counties right there, just up near the state line. Right there along that highway from Grady up into San Juan. Still seeing some rain showers up around Ute Lake. You can see Channing, Hartley, good old-fashioned light rain showers. There's nothing severe about these showers up in the northern half of the Panhandle. Further off towards the south, here we go. See that building to the south right there? Did y'all watch our model runs earlier? That should look pretty familiar. What I'm going to do here, we're going to pull up our latest high-definition model run right here. Watch what this is showing here across the next couple of hours here. As we advance this through the morning, there we go. We start to see that southward advancement. Everything starts to kind of propagate off towards the south and well on out of our region. Now you will notice it does look to develop some cores on it as it does advance off towards the south. So we could still see maybe a few more severe thunderstorm warnings as that system migrates south. That's something to monitor for sure. So if any of you, or of course you've stayed up all night, or like me, who are going to be going to bed here pretty soon, trying to get some sleep on the day, well, have that weather radio, have that First Alert weather app on hand. If you don't have the First Alert weather app, well, we've got this handy QR code just right here below me. All you got to do is scan that. And if you're wondering how to scan it, if you're currently watching on your phone, all you got to do is take a screenshot and then go to your Photos app, press and hold on that QR code. It does the rest of the work. Or look up KFDA weather on your respective app store. That's Android or iOS. So there you go. You can download that. You'll get the latest on warnings. You can get hyper-specific, hyper-local lightning data. It's super cool to have that. So this is 11 o'clock this morning. Things start to migrate off towards the south, and, well, maybe we get a break this afternoon before maybe a few little weak thunderstorms. Because you're going to notice, look at this, as they fire up, as they come in from New Mexico, looks like they're forming a pretty good hail core on them. But like I said earlier, we have a sufficiently worked over atmosphere. Look what happens as it comes into the Texas Panhandle. Kind of loses its head of steam a little bit there. So I'm going to run this through one more time. Across the next couple hours, still some pretty heavy showers, maybe an occasional severe thunderstorm warning or two. I don't think we're going to see too much out there right now. The National Weather Service, they are shifting their focus to look at, of course, the possibilities of flash flooding, which we already have several flash flood warnings in effect right now. Things migrate off towards the south. So before I go here, one thing I want to show y'all real quick. We're going to talk rainfall totals, why we're seeing these flash flood warnings out there. We're going to look at just our last 3 hours of rainfall. This is just the last 3 hours. These are satellite estimates. You've got your scale there on the side. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. See that right there just to the west-northwest of Hereford? That red, that's radar estimates of 4 to 5 inches. So if we take that, I'm going to go ahead and pull up on a separate screen. I'll relay them to you. We have our reported totals from the West Texas Mesonet. Hereford has measured, so these are not satellite estimates, these are measurements of 5 inches and 1400ths. Umbarger, 4.5 inches, just south of Amarillo, right around the Palador, right kind of the south-southeast side of the city, down towards kind of the Lake Tanglewood, Palisades area, 3.95 inches of rain. 2.25 in Indy, that's over in New Mexico. Bootleg, 338. You got, let's see around the rest of the region, you got 237 on the north-northwest side of Amarillo. You're looking at right around 3/10 to about an inch up from Esteline down around Childress. You got right now Kittiquay 1.67. So we've seen a lot of rain for a lot of the area here as we've gone throughout this overnight period. So that's the thing I want to reiterate here before we go, that of course, turn around, don't drown. If you're driving anywhere, whether it's daylight or nighttime, those looks can be deceiving. If there's water flowing across a roadway, it only takes a few inches of moving water to take a car and move it laterally. Don't want to find yourself in that situation. Look at visibility around the region. As you can see right there up in the northwest, Clayton is still under a dense fog advisory, so might be seeing some low visibility up that direction. Drive around with your headlights. I can see here Zin asking if we're going to be live later or not. There's a possibility. That's the thing is I'm quote unquote ending my shift here. We're going to sign off our live here in just a little while. Of course, Shelby will be coming back. Of course, you'll have Kevin and Doppler Dave being a part of things as well. And of course, they'll be playing a big role in things. And so should we have a reason to go live with any severe weather, we certainly will be. That's the good thing, is that we'll be going on live with anything pressing that's happening around the area. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Okay, hold on. Just make sure I got everything straight here. So there's your fog. Looking at that around the region. You'll have to forgive me. I am quite sleepy, as I assume that most of you are. But a lot of widespread showers and thunderstorms out there this morning. So like I said, even though we're signing off here, we're not saying the severe threat is completely gone. Of course, the severe thunderstorm watch is over. There is no tornado watch. There are no tornado warnings in the area. So I want to reiterate that we are clear on those fronts right now. That's the good news. But if you have a weather radio, leave it on, just in case. It's better to lose a little bit of sleep rather than to have something severe sneak up on you. Saw that big flash in the background there. That's our bushling camera, still giving us some amazing shots. So I'm going to bring that up here as we're just getting ready to sign off real quick, because I love this shot. It's such a good one. We've got so much good lightning on that camera right now. But that's things. Have that radio, that weather radio turned on and ready to go. Have that, that safety plan ready to enact should an emergency arise. First Alert Weather app, that's where you'll find the latest updates from myself, the rest of the First Alert Weather team. Of course, I got to shout out Kevin and Shelby for holding things down in the studio. They did a great job. Andy, our production assistant. We got Drew up in Master Control helping make things happen. We got Wyatt Kyle, our ace engineers, helping keep things rolling smoothly here on air. So, I mean, that's the thing, is we've got a fantastic team here at News Channel 10. So we appreciate everyone's support. We appreciate you guys watching. Like I said, of course, here at News Channel 10, we're nothing without our audience. So it's been a busy, long overnight period. You know, we've made it through. We're going to see once the sun comes up. We're going to, of course, be hearing assessments of damage. Of course, we did get reports of damage near Canyon, right up near the Walmart. There's some of that good lightning there over my shoulder. We heard some reports down that direction. I have not heard any reports from the Nazareth and Hart area, so of course we'll see if anything like that does come of that. But really, our primary focus right now is a lot of rain, which the moisture is good for sure, but of course it can certainly cause a lot of issues. So we don't want you to necessarily take that lightly. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us here. Like I said, it was a long overnight period, but we were staying up. There are no tornado warnings. There are no tornado watches or anything of that sort. There's one severe thunderstorm warning in far Collingsworth County, and our latest radar scans show that really beginning to weaken as the outflow is starting to migrate everything off towards the south, and that's taking the really significant severe threat with it. So overall, good news. Yeah, I mean, that thing is, yeah, I got Marion here, you know, mentioning Shelby. This is day 4. She just barely joined our first alert weather team. It's been a heck of a first week for her, but she's really been, I mean, an awesome addition to the team. And of course, Kevin being here in studio, Doppler Dave, myself out chasing. Of course, today, big day out there, a lot of crazy weather that we're seeing around the region. So hope y'all are all staying safe. Hope y'all can get some rest. That's what I'm going to be doing next, is going and trying to get a little bit of sleep. So we hope you guys can get some too. Appreciate you sticking things out here with us, watching here on News Channel 10. So of course, follow us. First Alert, you know, News Channel 10, Facebook. I'm on Twitter as well. You can find me, Weatherman Sheldon, if you're not following me. I would appreciate it if you would. We'd love to publish updates there, share pictures from viewers, everything like that. Hope you guys have a great morning and a great Saturday. The time on the clock right now is 5:10, and I am Sheldon Brashears signing off.